Chapter 12:21. It's you. Within the intertwined caves, great sage Qianluan's eyes erupted with light. He looked through the layers of stone walls and saw the human demon. His heart sank. The human demon's hair was a mess. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were firm. He held a snow-white bone club as he looked down from the precipice. They were quite far away from each other, and there were stone walls and ancient caves in the way. However, it was not enough to block each other's vision because they had both cultivated the heavenly magic eye. What should he do? Great Sage Qianluan's face was gloomy. His purple hair was disheveled, and his heart was in chaos. The human demon had finally come knocking on their doors. The white snowy mountains were all sent flying by the savage old man's club. Others would send sand and stones flying, but he was flying through the mountains and icy plains. 9 enormous dragon caves appeared underground. They surged with auspicious multicolored light, and waves of terrifying draconic energy surged. It was as if they had charged into a true dragon's cave. Grandfather, activate the 10,000 dragon bell and kill them. Li Zhang clenched his teeth, his expression sinister. Right now there was no way out. They could only fight. The bell sound shattered the sky. The bells made of divine marks were all as large as bells. And when they connected together, they turned into a 10,000 zhang long purple dragon. The extreme Dao ancient emperor's might was immediately released, engulfing the entire northern region. This kind of divine might could cause the entire northern region to sink. The 10,000 zhang purple dragon spiraled. The ancient cave was filled with boundless imperial energy, surging and surging. A power that suppressed past and present filled the air, as if an unrivaled ancient emperor had come to life. Everyone was stunned. From the ancestral kings to the servants, not a single person wasn't shaken. After millions of years, this was the first time someone attacked a dragon cave. This was something that had never happened before. A terrifying power spread from the cliff, drowning out everything below. The human demon, he's back. There were some old servants who had experienced that battle in the past. They couldn't help but tremble. The old master was injured by this person, and he had fallen into a deep slumber. He hadn't woken up even now. A familiar smell. The human demon spoke, revealing his sparkling snow-white teeth as he looked down from above. "Damn demon, you finally came," an old servant said. "Jiao." The human demon didn't say anything. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the cave and the great defensive formation. This person was smashed into pieces and turned into a rain of blood. Simple and ruthless. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they trembled in fear. The demonic human was too powerful. Saint Great Arrays were ineffective against him. The Qianluan Great Sage was within the ancient cave, towering between heaven and earth. He was surrounded by a purple dragon body, reviving the ancient imperial weapon. His divine might was like the sea as it surged crazily. The entire cave was resplendent like the sun, covered densely in symbols. All types of world-shocking killing formations activated, forming an expanse of immortal radiance that enveloped this ancient place. They had no other choice but to activate the formations drawn by the ancient sages and sages regardless of the cost. They operated together to prevent the demons from barging in and starting a massacre. Yi Fan stood side by side with the human demon on the cliff. His blood was boiling. This was the power of the human demon. He was just one person. Yet he was able to force the entire ancient royal family into a dire situation. How awe-inspiring was that? Who in the present world dared to do this to an archaic royal family? The 10,000 dragon bells revived. Every single one of them was like a large bell that was connected together. There were over 10,000 of them, and they were made up of dragon bones. They were enshrouded in purple light and emitted a loud sound. This sound was so loud and powerful that it surpassed everyone's imagination. Purple ripples spread outwards, sweeping through all living things. The 10,000 zhang long purple dragon body turned over. The sound of splitting the heavens and earth transmitted through the 10,000 purple bells. It was deafening. The Qianluan Great Sage took action first. He didn't want to give the human demon a chance because he was afraid. Back then, when the human demon went crazy, he almost tore his father to pieces. Even now he still felt a chill when he thought about it. A stream of light flew up and revolved around the human demon and Yi Fan. It turned into a brilliant rain of light and blocked the terrifying bell waves. Dang! The enormous bell sound resounded throughout the northern region. The boundless ice plains that stretched for who knew how many tens of thousands of li immediately collapsed, and all the ice and snow disappeared. Millions of mountain ridges collapsed like dust. They were erased from the great earth and disappeared forever. What? A great battle has broken out in the nest of 10,000 dragons? An extreme ancient imperial weapon has been used. What kind of expert is this? He's actually attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons. Has the supreme human guide Jiuyo finally taken action? No, he doesn't want the world to be in chaos. Heavens, could it be that the victorious fighting Buddha is going to die in meditation? Is he going to attack the ancient imperial family and wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons before his death? The northern region was thrown into chaos with the sound of the bell. Everyone was alarmed. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the ancient races, their expressions changed. This was definitely a great disaster. On the 10,000 zhang cliff, the green cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist. It emitted green multicolored light in the human demon's left palm. The gentle light enveloped him and Yi Fan within, blocking the purple bell waves. Yi Fan's heart jumped. Although the bronze cauldron was damaged, its power was still there. It was sparkling and translucent, no longer mottled with green rust. It was as if it had a life of its own. This was a rare occurrence. It was completely different from usual. Only an ancient imperial weapon could cause it to emit green light in danger. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the great sage of Qianluan stared at the human demon's palm. He felt that the situation was far from good. The other party had resisted the ancient imperial might. Just now he had quickly launched an attack. He wanted to borrow the power of the Dao weapon to suppress the human demon like he did in the primordial era. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to do anything now. Cauldron, the secret weapon of the primordial ancient heaven, has finally appeared again. The great sage of Qianluan had a complicated expression. The bronze cauldron flickering with green multicolored light made him feel uneasy. Grandfather, be careful. A trace of fear appeared in Li Zhan's cold eyes. The other party had blocked the extreme ancient imperial weapon. In an instant, the situation was filled with terrifying variables. The 10,000 dragon bell was their greatest reliance. It was also the foundation of the ancient imperial family's dominance over the masses. It could kill cultivators below the great emperor realm at will. However, at this moment, it no longer had its invincible mystical might. Don't you want this cauldron? I've delivered it to you. Do you have the life to take it? Shouted Yi Fan. In order to deal with him, the nest of 10,000 dragons had killed many mortals. Many innocent people had died miserably. Blood was everywhere. Even little Tingting had almost died because of this. This made him extremely resentful. A puny human with a holy physique dares to attack my race? Roared some people from the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were one of the strongest races since the primordial era. Their attitude was very high and they couldn't put down their pride. They couldn't accept the fact that the human race had risen. In the past, the weak subordinate race in their eyes had climbed to such a high position. This made many of the old members of their race feel indignant. I'm killing you evil dragons. Speak, whose idea was it to attack those who had crossed paths with me? Shouted Yi Fan. The human demon didn't say anything and just stood there coldly. Yi Fan's provocation and questioning of the nest of 10,000 dragons caused the old members of their race to explode with anger. We are the ancient imperial race. You are nothing but lowly blood food. You dare to shout at our race? In a bit, I'll kill your divine soul 100 times. Old man, you are nothing but roasted meat. You think you are living in an ancient dream? Why don't you take a look at what era it is now? In a bit, I'll wash your nest of 10,000 dragons with blood. Roared Yi Fan. Everyone was stunned. The words wash the nest of 10,000 dragons with blood terrified them. They were all stupefied. How disgraceful were these words? Now they were shouted by a human. A few of the old members who had recovered from the divine source not long ago were so angry that their bodies trembled. They couldn't say anything. I ate many of your race's experts during the archaic era. Who is the blood food? Asked the human demon elder for the first time in a cold tone. Clearly, he didn't like these old members of the glorious ancient dream. He was extremely disgusted. So what if you have the green copper cauldron? Although it's a divine weapon from the archaic celestial court, it has been shattered. The god inside must have long since disappeared. How can I compete with the ancient imperial weapon? Said the great sage of Qianluan coldly. Everyone in the nest of 10,000 dragons let out a sigh of relief. The ancient imperial weapon nurtured the god inside. After it was truly resurrected, it would release the divine might of an ancient emperor. If the green cauldron didn't have a weapon god, it definitely wouldn't be able to block it. We'll know if it's still here or not after trying. The human demon attacked with the white bone cudgel in his hand. The crystalline bone cudgel instantly expanded and became tens of thousands of meters long. It landed in front of the beehive-like cave. This was a terrifying attack. One power could defeat 10. The human demon cultivated the extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time. His battle prowess was world-shaking. Amidst the rumbling, many ancient caves in the nest of 10,000 dragons collapsed. The formations of the past sages were turned to ashes. They couldn't withstand the might of this cudgel. The human demon's attack was simple and direct. With a ruthless method, it almost destroyed the nest of 10,000 dragons and destroyed most of the ancient imperial residents. Everyone was stunned. What kind of power was this? How bold and heaven-defying! This was the first time the ancient imperial grounds had suffered such a terrifying attack since ancient times. The human demon's aura shook the 9 heavens. As soon as he made his move, the entire northern region was shaken. Countless powerful gazes looked over. Everyone could sense this supreme blood energy that was like a sea of stars. What a tyrannical fluctuation! Is it Gai Jiuyo or the victorious fighting Buddha? No. Could it be that the human demon who killed the Golden Crow army has descended? That's right, it must be him. The nest of 10,000 dragons is in trouble. This is a grand imperial lair, but someone has attacked and destroyed most of the caves. This is shocking. The human demon held the green cauldron in his left hand, and the white bone cudgel in his right. He walked down the cliff with Yi Fan and arrived in front of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Smoke and dust filled the air as the 9 dragon caves collapsed, exposing the countless intersecting ancient caves inside. Qianluan's eyes were cold and emotionless. He was truly angry. Since ancient times, who dared to behave atrociously in the ancestral grounds of the ancient imperial families? I'm going to kill you all. The slumbering grounds of the ancient emperors are not to be blasphemed. The 10,000 dragon bell rang, and a deafening purple dragon body turned. The dragon head spat out immortal radiance and aimed at the human demon. This was an ancient imperial weapon. It expanded continuously and coiled around the ancient caves to protect them. Immortal splendor filled the area with millions and millions of strands of brilliance. Without the green cauldron, anyone would have been crushed at this moment. Yi Fan's heart turned cold. The far ancient imperial family was indeed not to be trifled with. Who killed innocent humans and injured little Ting Ting? Yi Fan shouted. There was no way out today. Since he had chosen to attack the ancient imperial family, he had to cause an earth-shattering scene. He stared at a man with sinister eyes under the purple divine dragon and shouted, "Was it your idea? So what if it was me? I'll kill everyone related to you and dye the soles of my feet red with their blood," Li Zhan said sinisterly. Even though the situation was bad, he didn't want to weaken his momentum. Suddenly, green light flourished and purple energy rose. The bronze cauldron and the 10,000 dragon bell shook at the same time. The two trembled in the air as their momentum rose. Boom! The nest of 10,000 dragons collapsed once again. Many ancient caves turned into ruins. At the same time, great sage Qianluan roared in anger. His grandson Li Zhan had actually been captured by the human demon. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In such a terrifying battle that involved ancient imperial weapons, the human demon actually had such a method. Bang! Li Zhan was heavily thrown to the ground by the human demon. A cruel smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he walked forward step by step. You dare! Qianluan was anxious. He activated the 10,000 dragon bell, and the purple dragon body surged like the ocean. The divine bell was like a dragon as it let out a roar that shook the 5 regions. Boom! Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons, two tyrannical auras awakened and shocked the human world. Two beams of light intertwined. Chapter 12:22. Ascending to become an immortal? Heavens! Could it be that the path of immortality has opened? Someone has become an immortal? The eastern wasteland was shaken, and the entire world was shocked. It was no longer limited to the northern region. Cultivators from all over felt it, and they all looked in that direction, filled with shock. Two beams of immortal light breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth. Is this really the miraculous scene of ascension from the Age of Legends? Everyone cried out loudly, all of them stupefied. They ran on the great earth, chasing high up in the sky, their voices excited to the point of going crazy. In the distant northern region's direction, two streaks of immortal light rushed into the heavens, illuminating eternity, releasing the undying to their heart's content, connecting to outer space. This was an extremely shocking phenomenon that shocked the past and present, shaking the world. At this moment, every cultivator in every corner of the world could feel this boundless power. It's the nest of 10,000 dragons. The aura of an ancient great emperor has been released, and a stunning confrontation has erupted. In the present age, only the patriarch of the ancient royal family, and the few great sage could pry into the mysteries and secrets of the two beams of immortal light. This was the revival of the true Emperor Tao. It was almost comparable to a strike from an ancient emperor. It could simply be described as exceptionally terrifying, because it could easily destroy this ancient star. The life source of the Big Dipper star region was far more majestic than the other stars. It was tens of thousands of times larger, but it was still very dangerous. Fortunately, we fought our way into the cosmos, or else there would be great trouble. The ancient land wouldn't even be able to protect itself, and the 10,000 clans would suffer a great disaster. They've actually fully revived the ancient imperial weapons. Are they going to use up all the accumulated resources of a clan? What happened for Qianluan to disregard the price? Two streaks of immortal light directly entered the cosmos, blazing and dazzling. A few clan elders' faces became pale. Through secret methods, they saw stars explode in outer space. The aftermath of this battle did not spread in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Two beams of celestial light shot into the sky and exploded, their terrifying power shocking the past and present. In outer space, some sages came from other star domains. They had been lingering around the ancient star with life all this time, and hadn't truly descended. Now that they saw this scene, they felt a chill run down their spine. This planet is too terrifying. If it wasn't for the sake of immortal ascension, I really wouldn't want to set foot on it. There's actually such a fluctuation. It can kill gods and slay saints. Some people muttered to themselves, their voices full of trembling. The explosion of the stars caused their expressions to become unsightly to the extreme, extremely unnatural. This was the confrontation between the Green Cauldron and the 10,000 Dragon Bell, producing unimaginably terrifying fluctuations that were transmitted into outer space, hacking down on the ancient stars. Just how extraordinary of a result was this? Legend has it that in order to search for immortal weapon refinement materials, the ancient emperors stood on an ancient star and pointed out with their fingers, slicing down the stars one after another in search of sacred treasures. A single strike from a monarch weapon is capable of striking down one star after another. The power of the fairy realm. Everyone was horrified. They mistakenly thought that the phenomenon of ascending to heaven and ascending to immortality had occurred. The people far away in the central prefecture and the southern mountains range did not know that this was a showdown of extreme paths. In front of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the human demon was holding a sparkling green cauldron in his hand. His bronze upper body was bare, like an old pine tree standing under a cliff. Yi Fan's tall figure stood beside him, gazing at the nest of 10,000 dragons together with the savage old man. The dust had settled there, and it was a scene of ruin. The Qianluan great sage's body was covered in blood, and the essence energy in his body was boiling. He was restless, like a wild horse that could lose control at any moment. The 10,000 Dragon Bell, made of divine mark purple gold, was tens of thousands of zhang long. It circled around the ancient cave with great splendor, protecting this place. Qianluan was worried about his grandson's safety, so he did everything he could to stake it all. He did not hesitate to ignite his own source, so his condition was not very good. Fortunately, 2 beams of immortal light pierced through the heavens and into outer space. Otherwise, not only would the northern region be in danger, but most of the ancient stars would also be in great chaos. Was it worth it? Yi Fan spoke. He stepped on Li Zhan's chest. Just now, the Qianluan great sage's furious attack could not snatch his grandson back. Li Zhan was captured by the human demon. His entire body was powerless, and he laid limply on the ground. The savage old man's strength was so great that grabbing him was like grabbing a little chick. His eyes were cold, and he did not say a word. He stared fiercely at Yi Fan and did not yield. You want to kill those who have crossed paths with me, not even letting mortals go. You deserve to die 100 times. Yi Fan said coldly. He exerted force with his foot, and the sound of bones breaking was very ear-piercing. Dang, the sound of a great bell rang out. Every section of the purple dragon was a large bell that released bell waves. Qianluan's eyes were sharp. He could not tolerate someone humiliating his grandson in front of him, so he activated the Extreme Path Ancient Imperial Weapon once again. Green light flew into the sky, and the bronze cauldron did not disappoint him. It trembled with a wung and propped up a screen of light to clash with the Extreme Path Ancient Weapon. It once again pierced through the sky and into outer space. Ah! Li Zhan cried out miserably. All the bones in his body were crushed by Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not show any mercy to this person, and did not want him to live. You killed mortals and forced me to show myself. The Heavenly Prince has already done all these things. It seems that the battle back then was still lacking in deterrence. But I believe that now that the nest of 10,000 dragons has been flattened, the myriad races will not dare to forget themselves. Yi Fan had no intention of being merciful. At this point, he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the nest of 10,000 dragons. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Let go of Zhan. Great Sage Qianluan's face was ashen. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Yi Fan, as if he was a prey he had to kill. The human demon held the green cauldron and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He slowly walked forward and stared at everyone from the ancient imperial family. Qianluan's heart sank. He knew that the human demon had not used his full strength, and was not prepared for a bloodbath. However, a storm would definitely follow. He was shocked and afraid. Then he saw that Yi Fan ignored him and continued to trample on Li Zhan's body. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his killing intent surged into the sky. Qianluan, you should understand that when the victorious fighting Buddha killed Kuan-zhou, you crossed the line. It wasn't easy for you to survive. Then, when the primordial 10 races rebelled, you jumped out again. Senior Guy Jiuyo killed the Golden King, so you should have realized it. But time and time again, your grandson killed the entire race. Not only did you stop him, you even supported him. Yi Fan said unhurriedly. Qianluan's killing intent became even thicker. After being ridiculed by a junior, his eyes turned into cold swords that pierced people. Kill! Qianluan roared. The 10,000 dragons' bell danced in the air, and turned into a beam of purple light that shot towards the human demon. The dragon's head was raised high, and its body was powerful enough to crush all things. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The immortal light once again shot towards the outer region. Qianluan's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a demonic god. In comparison, the human demon was very calm. He held the small cauldron, and after the immortal light faded, he looked very calm. He didn't look like a barbarian anymore. Impossible, the green cauldron has been shattered, and the deity isn't here. How can it stop the extreme Dao ancient imperial weapon again and again? Qianluan cried out loudly. Blood flowed out from his body. This was the true blood of the great sage, and every drop had miraculous uses. Yet now it flowed out for nothing, evaporating into the air. Could it be that there are still deities within the shattered cauldron that aren't extinguished? The archaic heaven's holy objects can be completely revived? Qianluan couldn't help but roar out in anger. Behind him, ancient caves were exposed one after another. Many of them were completely destroyed, and the ground layer was completely opened up. It was a scene of ruin and disorder. Within the 10,000 dragon nest, everyone became silent. Their hearts and minds were all ice cold. Today's battle was too miserable for them. Their reputation would definitely fall through the floor. Who dared to do this since the ancient times? A single person actually came knocking on their door, almost tearing this place apart. It left everyone in despair. Ah! Li Jian cried out miserably. Yi Fan's foot descended, and his body broke into 2 pieces. It was a tragic sight. "Let me go, don't kill me," he cried out in alarm. Now he was no longer unyielding. His face was full of fear, and his face was as white as snow. "Who are the mortals you sent to kill going to beg for forgiveness?" Yi Fan remained unmoved. His other foot was about to descend, trampling towards his skull. "No, I'll submit. Leave me with my life." Li Jian collapsed. The so-called unyielding spirit still had a bottom line. When he saw Yi Fan's ruthlessness, directly going to destroy his primordial spirit, all of his dignity and arrogance were abandoned. He struggled and begged. "Human race's holy body, you killed my descendant. In the future, I will wipe out 10 of your clans." Qianluan roared coldly. He was forced to this step. He couldn't save his most beloved grandson, so he could only threaten him. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Do you still have a life? I actually want to personally send you on your way, but unfortunately, the heavens cannot let you live for another 100 years. You won't be able to fight against me." "Where is your father?" The human demon grinned, but in the eyes of everyone in the 10,000 dragon nest, it was especially horrifying. He was younger than Qianluan, but he didn't put his father in his eyes at all. He was calling him out by name, and was about to kill him. How can such a savage person comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth? Everyone was indignant. What they didn't know was that in the ancient era, the strong preyed on the weak. Which one of them didn't have a debt of blood? The nest of 10,000 dragons has disappointed me, the human demon said. This made the ancient king race furious, but they also felt incomparable despair. They really couldn't stop this killing god. They wanted to roar, but they didn't dare to. In the end, they suppressed their anger and looked at Yi Fan. All of this was because he had provided them with the green cauldron. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. In the present world, without ancient emperors, extreme Tao weapons were the most terrifying killing weapons. Even if you were the great sage, you would still have to bear a grudge. Yi Fan didn't have an emperor weapon, but he had a broken cauldron. Even if he couldn't see the god within, he could still stop the emperor's might. This was human nature. They couldn't do anything to the human demon, so they blamed everything on Yi Fan. They hated him and the green cauldron. Hong. The human demon took action. He didn't destroy these prey and instead wanted to fill up the nest of 10,000 dragons. He used the green cauldron to block the 10,000 dragon bell and smash forward with the white bone club. Another peerless collision occurred. Immortal light rushed into the heavens as if they were ascending to become immortals, shocking the world of mortals. In the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, rumbling sounds could be heard. All of the ancient caves were collapsing. The power of the human demon's attack was too great. It was going to destroy the ancestral land of this race. Suddenly, a wave of majestic power spread out and pervaded the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It turned into a third immortal light and rushed into the heavens. It stopped the collapse and protected this place. This is... The spectators in the distance were shocked. The descendants of the nest of 10,000 dragons also cried out in alarm. Half-emperor, this is the aura of a half-emperor. Everyone was stupefied. They were all shaken. That terrifying radiance rushed in all directions like an ocean. It stopped the collapse and pushed back all of the power. Heavens, there is the aura of a half-emperor in the nest of 10,000 dragons. He is so powerful and terrifying. Not good, this is a great disaster. Terrifying radiance spread and shook the world. It was as if a deity had revived. Yi Fan was stunned. There was actually a quasi-emperor in the nest of 10,000 dragons? If this was true, then this was definitely a huge variable. Chapter 1223. World-shocking immortal multicolored light appeared, releasing undying radiance. This was an unmatched domineering aura that shocked even the great sage. The eastern wastelands, central continent, southern mountains, and other places were all stirred up. Countless experts roared. In this age without an emperor, a half-emperor actually appeared. Up until now, all the clans were alarmed. News spread through the realm gates. Everyone in the world knew that Yi Fan and the human demon were attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons. A world-shocking confrontation had developed to this point, and now, an ancient emperor actually appeared. This was unimaginable, shocking the entire world. Too terrifying. The ancient race's backing is deep and immeasurable. There is actually such an unmatched existence. This is truly shocking. The path of immortality is about to open. A half-emperor has lived to this age, and who can contend against him? Even the great sage's corpse will lie beneath his feet. There is simply no way to contend against him. The battle situation changed so quickly that it was hard to believe. A matchless figure had appeared, and he was going to turn the tide. The immortal light that rushed into the heavens was thick and dignified, making everyone want to kowtow. Haha. In front of the tattered nest of 10,000 dragons, many ancient emperor descendants laughed loudly. Tears appeared in their eyes. This kind of turning point actually appeared at the critical juncture of despair. Holy human body, you are as weak as an ant. Let's see how you will survive today. Even though the human demon is strong, I refuse to believe that you have become the quasi-emperor. The heavens have eyes. There was actually a distant ancestor who sealed himself until now. My nest of 10,000 dragons will rule the world and be respected by the entire world. Laughter filled with success and domineering words resounded through the air. Many ancient emperor descendants were cheering and shouting loudly. They were originally in despair, never expecting such an unforeseen event to occur. They rose from hell to heaven, and the contrast was just too great. Could it be father? Qianluan also felt a wave of excitement. He felt his blood energy flourishing, as if he had returned to his youth. His father was known as Little D. Quebec. He was an exceptional figure who was almost comparable to the most stunning deities. In that era, DK was absolutely brilliant. Even though he couldn't verify the Tao, his divine aptitude was still comparable to the Emperor of Fighting, and he was known as one of the most stunning deities since the ancient times. The father of Qianluan was 2,000 years younger than D. Quebec. Although his aptitude was not as good as DK's, it was enough for him to be praised as Little D. Quebec. In the battle back then, father of Qianluan had been too arrogant, and wanted to capture the human devil barehandedly. In the end, he didn't expect that the power of extreme yin and extreme yang would invade his body. After the battle, he fell into a deep slumber. He was sealed in the divine cocoon, unable to wake up. Qianluan's eyes burned with passion. Naturally, he immediately thought of his father who looked down on the archaic era. He thought that Qianluan had made a breakthrough in the cocoon. Intruding into my race's land and destroying my dragon nest, I will kill without mercy. All of you will die. Qianluan's eyes were dark and cold. His words were like 10,000-year-old ice, sending chills down one's spine. However, what surprised him was that although the demonic human was surprised, he did not show any fear. He held the white bone club in his hand and stared ahead like a tiger watching its prey. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was even more outrageous. It could even be said that he was extremely daring. He lifted one of his feet and stepped on Li Zhan's forehead, preparing to crush it. No, you can't kill me. My race's quasi-emperor has awakened. You should understand. Li Zhan screamed in fear. He originally wanted to say some ruthless words, but after seeing Yi Fan's cold gaze, he was immediately terrified. Human race's holy physique, you must understand what you are doing. Release him quickly and your ending won't be too bad. Qianluan coldly spoke. This was a type of threat. Although he didn't say any ruthless words, it was more lethal than anything else. He was warning Yi Fan that if he dared to act recklessly, his ending would be miserable. From the past until now, I've never been scared by anyone. Yi Fan's foot landed, causing cracks to appear on Li Zhan's forehead. You dare? If Li Zhan is injured, I'll make you wish you were dead. Qianluan roared and used his divine voice. Everyone was stunned. Just how daring was the human race's holy physique? Even the resurrection of a quasi-emperor couldn't deter him? He actually ignored this side. If you kill me, it'll be hard for you to die even if you want to. Li Zhan shouted with all his strength because he found that Yi Fan's eyes were too terrifying. He actually wanted to kill him without any regard for the consequences. Pooh! Yi Fan's foot landed and crushed Li Zhan's head into a rotten watermelon. He didn't even bat an eye. I hate being threatened. Moreover, if I let you go, will your race be lenient? So what if you're a quasi-emperor? At worst, I'll just die here. Yi Fan calmly and coldly spoke. He wasn't nervous at all and was relatively calm. This made the group of people roar in anger. Li Zhan was slaughtered just like that in front of their eyes. Qian Luan's eyes were especially red. The great sage wasn't a plant and also had a human nature. This was his most beloved grandson. And with a single roar, the mountains and rivers collapsed. He was so angry that his veins bulged, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Fan into pieces. So what if he's a quasi-emperor? I've already killed him. At worst, I'll just let him kill me again. Yi Fan was untamed. I'll hack you apart alive. Qianluan roared. The 10,000 dragon bell shook violently and immortal light rushed into the sky. However, everyone felt that something wasn't right. Qianluan also quickly came to a realization and felt a wave of uneasiness. Why didn't a quasi-emperor stop all of this? With the might of an emperor, he should be able to break through all obstructions and reverse yin and yang, preventing the tragedy of Li Zhan's death from happening. In the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest, immortal light shot out in all directions. The mist dispersed and the truth of that place appeared. This is... Everyone was stunned and their faces turned pale. There wasn't any quasi-emperor appearing. This was a formation that was flowing with Tao patterns. The terrifying aura was being emitted from it. How could this be? Everyone was disappointed. It was different from what they had expected. This is the formation carved by a quasi-emperor. It doesn't appear normally and will only come to life when the ancestral land is in danger, Qianluan said. He was a bit disappointed and frustrated. He thought of some anecdotes from his ancestors. Haha! Yi Fan laughed loudly. Just now his heart had truly sunk because he thought that a huge variable had appeared. The quasi-emperor was too terrifying. Gai Juyo's bloodline was dried up, and he didn't have much lifespan left. Now that he had fallen from that realm, he was still unrivaled. One could imagine how terrifying a truly unrivaled quasi-emperor would be if he were to appear. He would definitely be able to sweep through the world and was a taboo existence. The heavens are protecting my clan. This is most likely a flawless quasi-emperor formation. Great Sage Qianluan's face was flushed red. His disappointment was swept away and he actually became excited. He was immediately filled with confidence. In this endless era without emperors, what was the most terrifying thing in this world? There wasn't much doubt in this answer. It was definitely an extreme Tao weapon, or an ancient great emperor's formation diagram. Emperor weapons needed to be revived and the requirements were too harsh. Normal people couldn't activate it, and even the great sage couldn't truly grasp it. The so-called reviving an emperor weapon was just a relative term. However, an ancient great emperor's formation diagram was different. As long as one mistakenly entered it, it would be equivalent to starting a war against a great emperor. The prerequisite was that the formation diagram was undamaged and had never been damaged before. This was because the ancient great emperor's formation diagram was too heaven-defying. After such a long period of time, they had all been destroyed and only remnant scrolls remained. A quasi-emperor array diagram was placed in front of them. This was undoubtedly a world-shaking sight. Attacking it was equivalent to declaring war against a quasi-emperor. This was courting death. Retreat, everyone into the ancestral land. Great Sage Qianluan shouted. He was increasingly convinced that this was a flawless formation diagram. His face was flushed red and he couldn't be more excited. With this formation, anyone who dared to attack recklessly would be fighting against the quasi-emperor of the past. At the back, an old emperor and a stunning woman were in charge of guiding everyone into the formation diagram. An ancient emperor's daughter. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons. She had lived to this era sealed in the divine source. The human demon didn't stop him because he had done something else. His eyes were blazing and his bronze skin shone. The green bronze cauldron in his hand shone with resplendent immortal light as it locked onto Qianluan. Great Sage Qianluan's divine abilities were peerless, but even with the 10,000 dragon bell, It was difficult for him to take a step forward. The quasi-emperor formation diagram was just inches away, but he had no way of entering. In an instant his face turned snow-white. He knew it was over. The human demon was unhappy and was preparing to attack. He couldn't escape. Qianluan was unwilling. As a generation's great sage, he was a giant even in the era of ancient emperors. He was respected by the world. But now he was locked onto and became prey. This was a kind of humiliation. He actually couldn't resist. The ancient emperor has revived. The god has awakened. Help me take a step forward. He roared crazily. The races of the north all heard it. Everyone felt their blood run cold. For a great sage to roar in despair like this, one could imagine what kind of despair he had fallen into. Purple energy rose from the east and dense mist spread out. The 10,000 dragon bell turned into a true dragon that raised its head and roared. It really had life. Under its power, Qianluan broke free from the human demon's restraints. He immediately merged with the imperial weapon and became one. His true body entered the weapon and turned into a purple dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. He charged towards the quasi-emperor formation and wanted to escape this calamity. The human demon finally moved. He moved later but arrived first. He held the sparkling green cauldron in his hand and shattered the sky. He cut off the path ahead and blocked the imperial weapon. Black and white divine power spread out from the human demon's body, making him look incomparably terrifying. The two intertwined and turned into a taiji. It supported the green cauldron and suppressed the 10,000 dragon bell. This was the power of extreme yin and extreme yang interweaving. It was terrifying and unstoppable. The black and white taiji diagram supported the small green cauldron. It was like a divine disc supporting the only immortal. Great Sage Qianluan was terrified. His body merged with the 10,000 dragon bell and directly tore apart the void to escape into outer space. He knew that he couldn't stop the human demon and couldn't enter the quasi-emperor formation. Only by escaping into the depths of the universe could he avoid this calamity. The human demon's speed was even faster. He turned into a bolt of black and white lightning and disappeared into outer space with the cauldron. He was filled with killing intent and attacked forcefully. He couldn't let the giants of the nest of 10,000 dragons go. The two figures disappeared. Yi Fan stood alone in front of the ruins and faced the people in the quasi-emperor formation with a cold expression. Some people wanted to rush out and fight him but then retreated. They didn't have the courage. The human demon's aura was still lingering around Yi Fan's body. It could descend at any moment and consign them to eternal damnation. A cold wind blew past. The nest of 10,000 dragons was in ruins. It was a scene of desolation. Only a terrifying aura spread in the depths, making it impossible to see through it. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. He smelled a fragrance that refreshed the heart and saw the true dragon immortal medicine. This ancient medicine had long become sentient. It had accompanied the past emperors and ancient emperors. At this moment, it appeared in the primal chaos mist. The ancient royal family also turned their heads and looked in that direction. The primal chaos was hazy. There was a huge dragon nest made of black dragon wood. It was as tall as a mountain and was extremely majestic. Inside, the primal chaos surged like an ocean. It was vast and immeasurable, pressuring people to the point of suffocation. There was a mysterious coffin floating there, suppressing the heavens. Meanwhile, the true dragon immortal medicine's entire body seemed to be made of gold. It was brilliant and dazzling. It hid there like a fairy and peeped in this direction. Yi Fan was moved. If he could capture this immortal medicine today, it would truly be a great fortune. No one knew what the outcome of the battlefield in outer space was. Countless experts were watching from the sidelines. They were so nervous that they forgot to breathe. Dao friend, please be lenient. Harmony is the most important thing. A familiar voice sounded from the sky, as if it was trying to mediate. Yi Fan's expression became strange. He could tell that this was Great Sage Hunchuo's voice. He actually came to be the peacemaker again. In front of the nest of 10,000 dragons, a corpse fell, smashing out hundreds and thousands of enormous cracks that extended outwards like a spider web. Great Sage. Old Ancestor. Within the quasi-emperor formation diagram, a group of people were crying. It was because this was Qianluan's great sage's corpse. He had been slaughtered and thrown down from outer space. Another one died. Yifan shook his head and said to himself. Chapter 1224. Ancestral Sage. Awowu. In front of the tattered nest of 10,000 dragons, loud cries rang out. They were alarmed and terrified, not daring to believe this reality. The great sage of the Emperor clan had been killed. Everyone's faces were snow-white. This was a great disaster for them. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Their cries shook the earth. The ancestral sage is dead. The nest of 10,000 dragons has been half crippled. This Emperor clan is about to fall from their divine altar. After this battle, it is hard to say whether or not this Emperor clan will still exist. In the horizon, many experts hurried over. When they saw this result, there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shaken. The glorious great sage of the Emperor clan was beaten to death. This shocked the world of mortals. The Qianluan great sage on the ground was covered in blood. After a bitter battle, he was blasted out from the 10,000 dragon bell by the human demon. This was a powerful deterrent. The Qianluan merged with the 10,000 Zhonglong purple dragon. Yet he still couldn't escape this calamity. If he was blasted into ashes, then that was one thing, but his flesh was still perfectly fine. It could only be said that the human demon was powerful enough. The death of a human was like a lamp being extinguished. The Qianluan primordial spirit was killed. His body was ice-cold and devoid of life. However, his flesh was enormous and undying. A dragon had appeared like a true dragon. His cultivation was completely destroyed, and his magical projection was destroyed, revealing a humanoid body. As for his head, it was restored, tyrannical and sinister. The aura of the great sage didn't scatter, intimidating everyone. A great sage died just like that. This was a bloody conclusion. The giant who had once shaken the archaic era and witnessed the glorious reign of the Emperor of fighting met a tragic end just like that. The nest of 10,000 dragons used to be high up above, looking down on all races like a deity. Now their ancestral land was broken through, and there was a great disaster of their clan being wiped out. This made everyone feel incomparably terrified. The battle hadn't ended yet. The human demon turned into a black and white Tai Chi diagram, carrying the sparkling and translucent green cauldron. He was currently searching for the purple true dragon, and entered the depths of the cosmos. He borrowed the celestial court's divine artifact, the green cauldron, to seize the ancient imperial weapon. The people of the world were shaken. There were a few people who understood the truth, and they were all stupefied. That was an ancient imperial weapon that had been revived to a certain degree, yet it couldn't kill demons. The extreme ancient heaven's immortal cauldron's divine might hasn't decreased in the slightest. Even though it shattered, the deity within didn't scatter. Otherwise, how could it stop the 10,000 dragon bell? Everyone knew that the human demon had also encountered a huge problem. Before the great sage of Qianluan died, he had sacrificed his blood to the royal weapon, allowing it to revive to a special state. The 10,000 dragon bell had concealed itself. Was it going to unleash the true might of an ancient emperor? Most likely he wanted to kill the demon in one strike. Why bother? Vengeance breeds vengeance. When will it ever end? Life is like a great dream. We cultivators all live for the sake of becoming immortals, struggling to cross the sea of bitterness. Alas, you have to know that harmony is the most precious in all things. Great sage Hunchuo stood towering in the sky while chanting an incantation, and he sprinkled a handful of soil for the dead. Awu! Everyone in the 10,000 dragon nest cried out in grief. The fall of the great sage of a generation had determined their decline. Even their ancestral land had been broken through. Even if they escaped this calamity, who would still revere the archaic imperial clan? Why was it like this? Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves. They all let out a sigh. Even the sun would fall, let alone a clan. There would inevitably be a miserable scene of decline. Yifan watched all of this coldly and didn't feel any sympathy. During the archaic years, the human race was lowly and became food for the powerful races. Even the skulls of human saints were turned into wine cups by them. It was an even more miserable fate. Younger generation, everything was brought about by you. You've provoked an endless disaster for my clan. Today, I will eliminate you. Within the pseudo-imperial formation, An elder roared. His eyes were completely red, and his entire body was trembling. He rushed forward to kill Yi Fan. Those who kill will be killed by others. Yi Fan said coldly. Ah! This ancient king roared. His roar shattered the leaden clouds and collapsed the vast sky. Killing intent swept out for tens of thousands of li as he pounced towards Yi Fan. Black and white energy flickered. The power of the Great Yin and Great Yang left behind by the human demon erupted and turned into a yin-yang diagram. It crushed over like a millstone, and this person cried out miserably. His body was almost turned into meat paste as he quickly retreated. He abandoned half of his body and fled back into the pseudo-imperial formation diagram in a sorry state. His face was devoid of blood and his body was trembling. Yi Fan's voice was like thunder as he said, "When you slaughtered mortals, did you ever think that this day would come? When you destroyed other races, did you ever think that you would also fall one day?" Ayo! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the depths of the sky. It was like the birth of a heavenly dragon and the angry roar of a deity. A beam of purple light poured down and landed in the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest. Deities, it's a confrontation between deities. Everyone cried out in alarm. All sides were shaken. The 10,000 dragon bell released a tremendous bell sound. Before entering the ancient nest, the deity it produced actually appeared. Just now, it released and attacked the world didn't know how powerful it was. In outer space, a portion of the stars shattered and turned into tribulation dust. An old clan elder with unfathomable magical power was horrified. Through the heaven-connecting formation, he saw a star domain go out and become completely dim. Could it be that the human demon was destroyed by the 10,000 dragon bell? After all, that cauldron was destroyed, so it most likely couldn't stop the resurrected ancient emperor weapon. Many people were excited and expectant. However, they were disappointed. Green multicolored light surged and the cauldron's light illuminated the cosmos. It supported the void as if the world was being opened, and the endless life force was being produced. The human demon returned safe and sound. The celestial court's divine artifact can be used to conquer the world and fight a decisive battle. It just revived. An ancient race elder that was sleeping in the source was roused and released this kind of voice. The archaic celestial court is truly unfathomable. How did they forge this cauldron back then? It's clearly shattered, yet it still possesses world-shaking might. An old clan elder said softly. On the distant Mount Meru, the victorious fighting Buddha stood in front of the great thunderclap temple. His fiery eyes gazed into outer space and was lost in thought. The human demon roared and flew over from outer space. He landed in front of the ruins of the 10,000 dragon nest. He wasn't injured and stared at the depths. "Senior." Yi Fan walked up. This battle hadn't ended yet. In order to make all the races tremble, they had to take down this nest with thunderous methods. If they succeeded, no one would dare to act rashly again. At this time, the news spread throughout the world. The 5 regions were in a state of shock. The people sent out by Li Zhan were scared out of their wits. They were all scared out of their wits and immediately fled, not daring to appear in this world again. "What do you want?" In front of the ruins of the 10,000 dragon nest, an elder shouted sternly. They were in despair. Today's battle had been thoroughly defeated. The human demon walked forward and arrived in front of the formation. He scanned the people inside, making them feel very uneasy. If my father was still alive, who would dare to take half a step into the dragon nest? The ancient dragon princess said softly. Purple mist shrouded her body as she clenched her fists. The path is for later generations to walk. Sowing karma in the future, reaping karma today. Calamity isn't decided by the heavens and should be caused by man. Yi Fan also walked up. The quasi-emperor formation was shrouded in mist and protected everyone. Dao marks were connected to their bloodlines and could protect them from being killed. Even so, the people of the 10,000 dragon nest were trembling in fear. They were afraid that the human demon would enter and kill them all. The human demon walked half a circle with Yi Fan following behind. The expressions of the ancient royal family members immediately changed. All of them became unnatural. "Activate the quasi-emperor formation and defend," someone shouted. The formation's Dao marks interweaved and turned into an immortal diagram. It became even more mysterious. Tens of thousands of traces were imprinted in the undying halo, and emitted auspicious energy. A vermilion ancient coffin. Yi Fan was moved. He saw a giant coffin in the dilapidated ancient land. It coexisted with the quasi-emperor formation. The primal chaos dragon nest had the most shocking ancient coffins. There were also some in the caves outside. Back then he saw 3 or 4 left behind by the vicious heaven refining art. The human demon's eyes immediately lit up and shot out a shocking beam of light. He looked at the ancient coffin in the formation and said, "An emperor among men as expected. This ancient coffin is pressing down on the crucial area, causing the quasi-emperor formation to be flawed." Yi Fan was shaken. The crucial divine coffin was in the black nest, and the outside was also particular. It seemed like the coffin wasn't placed randomly. The people of the 10,000 dragon nest were in despair when they heard the human demon's words. The quasi-emperor formation was flawed, meaning that the human demon could most likely enter. The calamity of clan extermination was right in front of them. They had never thought that such a day would come. They couldn't control themselves and some of them couldn't help but cry. Yi Fan was indifferent. It wasn't necessary for the clan to be exterminated, but those elders had to be killed. The terrifying beams of light in their eyes and their saint cultivation would be a great disaster in the future if they weren't destroyed here. The human demon stared for a long time and walked through the gap in the quasi-emperor formation. With a rumble, his first step was correct. The formation swayed, but there was no killing tribulation. "Ah no!" Everyone cried out in despair. Several rainbows pierced through the northern void and descended like lightning. The elders of the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Primitive Lake had arrived. They all had gloomy expressions and couldn't help but grieve for the loss of their own kind. "Fellow ancestors, you must seek justice for our clan and eliminate that human demon. Otherwise, how will our archaic clan establish our might? How will we face the myriad of races?" One of the elders in the quasi-emperor formation cried out in grief and indignation. These people's bodies were flowing with the might of ancient emperors. It was clear that they had brought with them extreme Dao imperial weapons. All of them were bursting with killing intent. Their eyes were cold and emotionless as they stared at Yi Fan, and then at the human demon without saying a word. The human demon was not afraid and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. "You can't stop me. If you want to take action, I'll visit your cave residences one by one." Although he was honest, he wasn't the kind of person who would ignore the consequences and kill the world alone. This was an undisguised threat. The elders had no choice but to consider the serious consequences. If the human demon were to escape and take revenge in the future, it would be a great disaster for the entire clan. The Great Yin and Great Yang, which was stronger. With Yin and Yang working together, one could rule the world. This legend was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. They couldn't ignore it. "Let's go." The dragoness issued such an order from within the quasi-emperor formation. She then turned around and rushed into the depths of the ancestral land, leading her clansmen in retreat. This was because she saw the hesitation and apprehension of the elders. She also saw the human demon take 5 steps and might really rush into the quasi-emperor formation. "Princess, where are we going?" The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons asked the archaic emperor's youngest daughter. "My father once said that if there's a calamity of clan extermination and the clansmen are powerless to stop it, we can jump into the black primal chaos dragon nest," said the dragoness. The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons were filled with hatred. They glanced back at Yi Fan and the human demon before rushing into the depths of the ancestral land with the dragoness. They arrived in front of the mountainous black nest. Chapter 12:25. The eternal dragon nest had existed for a long time, forged from black dragon wood. It was ice cold to the touch, releasing kung-chong sounds. This type of wood was now almost extinct. It was rumored that there was a dragon that built a nest here during the legendary era, leaving behind this pitch-black ancient nest that was as tall as a mountain. During the archaic years, the ancient emperor produced a great emperor clan here. Later on, the great emperor chose this ancient nest to sink a coffin, further adding to its mysteriousness. Purple mists drifted about. Dragon Girl's graceful figure and snow-white skin moved like a streak of purple lightning, leading a large group of clansmen in retreat. Along the way, they brought out large amounts of rare treasures from many ancient caves. The treasury and other important places were swept clean. An unmatched pressure descended. The ancient nests couldn't be approached. They had just arrived and hadn't even risen into the air, but they were already suffocated. We can't charge in. Everyone's faces were pale. This place was a restricted area. Normally, they wouldn't come here. The ancient coffin within the primal chaos dragon nest released a tremendous pressure, making even saints tremble in fear. 10,000 Dragon Bell, revive. You are the continuation of Father Emperor's life. Please protect my clan. Dragon Girl kowtowed, leading everyone towards the already dim Emperor weapon. The Emperor Dao has revived. Protect my clan. These people all knelt down, activating their divine force together towards the 10,000 Dragon Bell. The divine sound turned into bell waves. The ancient weapon connected to the divine. As expected, it contained the will of a deity. It released heaven overflowing purple light, surrounding everyone. In the distance, the expressions of the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, Primitive Lake and the other old clan leaders were downcast. They stared at the human demon, and then at Yi Fan. They wanted to take action several times, but they restrained themselves. The human demon shocked the archaic era. He was an exceptional vicious individual. Unless they killed him on the spot, if he escaped, there would be endless disasters in the future. They didn't have any confidence. The other party grasped the green cauldron. If he wanted to escape, he could directly tear open the void. Unless a true half-emperor took action, it would be difficult to make him stay. Are we just going to watch as the 10,000 dragon nest is flattened like this? The human demon followed the gap in the formation diagram, entering deeper and slowly comprehending it. He would definitely be able to pass through. If nothing unexpected happened, wiping out this clan wouldn't be a problem. In front of the ancient nest, the 10,000 dragon clan's people's faces were pale. They refined the purple divine bell. They were both disappointed and in despair. The old clan leaders still hadn't taken action. At the end of the day, the aboriginals had their own selfish motives and weren't united. This was especially true when there was a serious competitive relationship between the imperial families. Otherwise, before the great sage of Qianluan was destroyed, someone should have come with the ancient emperor weapon to help. Why was there only one Hunchuo to stop the fight? They hope that our strength will sharply decline, but they also don't want to be exterminated. But right now, they are afraid of the might of the demonic humans, and are hesitating. We can't rely on them. We can only rely on ourselves. Dragon Girl said, indicating for the clansmen not to be scared, to bravely jump into the crow's nest, using this to defend themselves. Who knows, there might be an unexpected result. Activate. The few remnant leaders roared and used all their strength to activate the divine weapon. The dragon head of the ancient weapon was raised high, and the light beam became even brighter. The dragon body swept everyone up. The purple dragon coiled about like a snake mountain, protecting them under its body. Every segment was like a great bell, and then its entire body sunk into the dragon nest. They went into the crow's nest. The elders' faces revealed strange expressions, all of them extremely shocked. The human devil sensed something and retreated decisively. He brought Yi Fan to stand in the sky and observe the area. Boom. The purple light covered the sun, and turned into a vast ocean that swept up high into the sky. It collapsed the sky and struck the outer region, causing many stars to shake. As for this ancient star, although there were no shockwaves, the aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, and all the exceptional experts could feel it. Ancient emperor. Oh my God, there are fluctuations of the resurrection of an ancient emperor. Is this real? Those who could make such a judgment were all big shots who had once ruled over an area during the immemorial era. They were fortunate enough to have seen the emperor fighting. Although this kind of fluctuation did not spread in all directions and only struck the outer region, it made every ancestral king tremble, and they couldn't help but want to worship it. This was even more terrifying than the pseudo-emperor formation diagram's aura from before, and it was many times stronger. As for the others, they directly thought that this was the power of the fairy realm, and it exceeded the limits of the world. They saw stars exploding in the outer region, and they were cut by the purple light. This is the ancient emperor formation diagram. The human devil's expression was incomparably grave as he stared at the jet-black dragon nest. Primal chaos surged inside, and the purple dragon sank inside. Who would have thought that the 10,000 dragon nest would have a supreme formation diagram left behind by their ancestral emperor? Who could break it? Who would dare to break it? A few old clan leaders were all horrified. The purple energy that rushed into the heavens, the light pillar that struck the outer region, and the strands of supreme Tao marks continuously interweaved, intimidating the past and present. Even though millions of years had passed, it was still immortal, and it made the geniuses bow their heads. They couldn't stand against it and couldn't contend against it. This was the ancient emperor diagram. Once it was resurrected, even deities would have to bear a grudge if they entered. It would be difficult for them to struggle free, and they would be slaughtered. The immemorial emperor's formation diagram is just as precious as an extreme path ancient weapon. However, if one barges in, the threat they face will be even greater. It can kill anyone. Is this the flawless, ancient emperor diagram? Yi Fan asked. His heart was not calm, and he felt a boundless feeling. It was truly too powerful and terrifying. The human demon remained silent for a long time. He watched calmly and said, "It isn't the flawless diagram, just 30 to 40% left." Yi Fan was even more shocked. 30 to 40% of the formation diagram already possessed such power. If it was the flawless ancient emperor diagram, then wouldn't it be heaven-defying? True Dragon Undying Medicine. Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Primitive Lake's clan leaders' eyes erupted with divine radiance. They couldn't conceal their desire at all. Their lifespans were about to end, and they didn't have many years left. There were only a few stalks of this heaven-defying immortal medicine since ancient times. If they could obtain it, they could live another life. It had previously followed the 10,000 dragon nest's ancestral emperor. An old clan leader said with a trembling voice. The others also felt their mouths go dry, swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. This was an exceptional opportunity. Unfortunately, they didn't dare barge in, not even with imperial weapons in their hands. The golden divine medicine was half a meter tall. It had 9 brilliant leaves, and at the top of the plant was even more so a palm-sized little dragon. It was entirely golden and dazzling. It had life, trembling as it looked in this direction. A fragrance cascaded down, seeping into one's bones. Every strand of fragrance was like a strand of energy from the immortal domain, making one's pores open and their entire bodies feel comfortable. Unfortunately, no one was able to collect this medicine. There was a set distance between it and the ancient imperial weapon. It took root in the primal chaos, accompanying a mysterious ancient coffin. It gently swayed, golden immortal light flickering about. The ancient medicine's fragrance wafted through the air. The elders in the 10,000 Dragon Bell also wanted to capture it. Someone took action, reaching out from outside the divine bell. In the end, they released miserable cries, crushed by a tremendous aura. The primal chaos dragon nest contained exceptional killing intent. That ancient coffin could resist the ancient emperor diagram, suppressing this place. No one could approach. This coffin really is shocking. The old clan masters' expressions all changed. After they revived in this era, they had all been invited over by Qianluan. In reality, all of the ancient race giants had come here to discuss and study the giant coffin. In the end, not a single person dared to take action. Even if they had imperial weapons, they still didn't act rashly. It was because they sensed an inextinguishable great killing intent. They seriously suspected that the coffin not only contained the corpse of an ancient great emperor, there was also an unmatched killing diagram. It would sweep through everyone. Now, it seems like apart from the emperor corpse, there really might be an ancient emperor diagram. Otherwise, how could it suppress the crow nest? The expressions of the old clan masters were all extremely ugly. The true dragon undying medicine was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't obtain it. They were extremely unwilling. In reality, after all these years, the ancient saints of the 10,000 Dragon Nest were even more infuriated. They still couldn't obtain the ancestral emperor's divine medicine. Back then, when they were asleep, they were roused awake. They saw that woman who came here alone. She was like an immortal descending into this world, not daring to oppose her. In the end, she sank into the dragon nest, not paying them any attention. Only then did the clan release a breath of relief. The diagram left behind by the ancestral emperor was too heaven-defying. A portion of it was erased by the heavens, dissolved in the passage of time. There is also a portion that was suppressed by this ancient coffin, and that is why only 30 to 40% of the Tao patterns can be seen, said an old clan master. This was a heaven-defying precious land that seized the extreme mysteries of the world's natural luck. It was considered to be no different from Purple Mountain, its status equal. These two places had both been occupied by ancient emperors, yet in the end, they were also buried in the coffin of the human race great emperor. One couldn't help but let one's imagination run wild. Aho! A dragon cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Forget about cultivators, even mortals could hear it. The sound was clear and cold, spreading through the 5 regions and rushing into outer space. Inside the pitch-black dragon nest, a third of the region shone. A divine platform appeared, shining with undying radiance. Ancient imperial platform. It is actually a platform created by archaic emperors. It is rumored that it can penetrate the cosmos and enter the other shore of the boundless stellar river, reaching the limits of the cosmos. An old clan master cried out emotionally. Light overflowed in all directions, scattering the chaotic energy. Everything there could be seen clearly. The 10,000 dragon bell turned into a true dragon, sweeping those people into a stargate and disappearing just like that. Heavens, the entire clan left. Could it be that they used this to return to the ancestral star, to the limits of the cosmos? The people of Fire Chelan Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Primitive Lake all cried out in alarm. This was a tremendous change. An archaic great emperor clan disappeared from the Big Dipper just like that. The archaic emperor left behind a path of retreat, a heavenly gate to return to the ancestral star. Did our ancestral emperor also lay down a heavenly path? They couldn't help but ask themselves, all of them seriously thinking about it. The archaic emperor looked down on past and present, and the human race great emperor's aura also devoured mountains and rivers. Their foresight was long-term, and they agreed that all races should coexist. Otherwise, if one of them proved the Tao, the other races under the heavens wouldn't even need to live anymore. Within the crow nest, primal chaos surged. That ancient imperial diagram had been extinguished, and the remaining ancient coffin was also submerged in primal chaos. The true dragon undying medicine swayed, releasing a fragrance that loyally accompanied the coffin. Is that the ruthless great emperor's coffin? Then who is Huang? Yi Fan said to himself. The bronze immortal palace, the ancient desolate forbidden land, the great tomb under the light-shaking realm, the 10,000 dragon nest, all of these historical remains were related to her. When will I be able to see a living great emperor? When will the immortalization path open? Will an emperor appear at that time? Yi Fan said to himself. He was incomparably expectant. He truly wanted to see a supreme being that towered above the 9 heavens. He had cultivated for so many years, yet he hadn't even seen the might of the quasi-emperor. Gai Jiuyo used to be the quasi-emperor, but his bloodline dried up, and his cultivation realm fell. He was no longer as powerful as before. Yi Fan stared at the gradually disappearing ancient coffin in the primal chaos dragon nest. He couldn't help but think of the Black Emperor's laments. Gazing at the heavenly path, a bleak dream. White hair scattered about, the blue sea and blue sky withered. 10,000 ancient emperors, how many saints turned to dust? The immortalization path was about to open. What kind of changes would there be? Would it turn into a calamity? The entire 10,000 dragon nest had disappeared. What kind of place was there at the end of the cosmos? What kind of races would there be? How many ancient stars would there be that gave birth to archaic emperors? The archaic emperor's aura devoured mountains and rivers, and the human race's great emperor is also bold and bold. They agree that all races can coexist. Tao friend, why do we have to face each other with sharp blades and devolve to such a state? An old clan leader said. I only know that the heavens must reign and humans must eat. Time must move forward. If someone comes to kill me, I will swallow him. The great emperor has the laws of a great emperor, and I have my own reasoning. I am still a human, the human devil said. Was this an unchanging law? Or was it the logic of the strong preying on the weak? The old clan leaders of the ancient royal families were all dumbfounded. These were all extremely simple and simple. Chapter 12:26. In the ice-cold starry sky, Yi Fan was silent. He was sending off the human demon, and was going to watch him leave into the distance. The human demon carried a string of golden crows, and a purple-scaled old dragon on his back. He turned around and gave him a look. He waved his hand and then used the golden chains to seal himself. He tore open the void and carried out an eternal exile. Senior! Yi Fan shouted from behind. The human demon gave him one last look and entered the ice-cold void. He entered a passageway that led to who knew where, and was about to reach the limits of the dark cosmos. His condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad. He had not truly broken free from the god during the day and the demon at night predicament. He could only travel far away, or else it would be a disaster for Big Dipper. After this separation, it was unknown when they would meet again. The human demon wanted to ask the heavens, but there was no result. That meant that he would fall, and he wouldn't even be able to care about the path of immortality. Cultivating both the Great Yin and Great Yang was a dead end. It was difficult to reach the peak of glory, and it was possible that he would walk step by step into the abyss of hell. However, the human demon had no choice. Ever since he stepped on this path back then, there was already no turning back. He could only advance and advance. He exiled himself into the depths of the cold cosmos, and eternally drifted on this path alone. There was a 90% chance that he would wither and die in the darkness. The primal chaos dragon nest was covered by an ancient great emperor's killing formation. No one could enter, and immortal medicines couldn't be obtained. The curtains were drawn on this battle. Great waves rose and fell in the Big Dipper and the 5 regions. The world was restless and the 4 seas were shaken. Everyone was discussing this matter. The 10,000 dragon nest had been removed from this world. This was a huge uproar. No one had expected this kind of result. The human race's holy body and the human demon descended into the archaic imperial ancestral land, and eradicated this race. The Qianluan great sage had died, and his corpse had been taken away to become food. This was like a legend. No one dared to believe it. Inconceivable, it's too shocking. That was the great sage of a generation. A magnificent archaic imperial ancestral land disappeared just like that. These were the words people spoke the most. The entire world was discussing this. This matter was too great, and it couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. Moreover, who would try to hide it? The news had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Quite a few archaic king races were frightened stiff, feeling a type of fear. That was a great emperor race, yet they were flattened just like that. Even though everyone knew that the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons had left, and that it wasn't a true genocide, it was still too shocking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was a rare event since ancient times. It's the human saint physique again. The eyes of some of the aboriginals flickered with ferocious light. They hated Yi Fan to the core. Last time, Gaijuyo had displayed his prowess and wiped out the saints of the primordial 10 clans. This time, it was also because of him that the human devil had appeared and descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons, causing them to suffer a destructive blow and causing Qianluan to perish. Some people's hatred towards him rose to the extreme, wishing to kill him as soon as possible. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. First, there was Gaijuyo, and then there was the human devil. This was truly a type of great deterrence. Haha. Good great. The human race was stirred up. Many people cheered loudly. During these past few years, they had all felt rather stifled. Only recently did they feel as if their breathing had become much smoother. Good kill. How delightful. Even a great imperial family has been eliminated. I want to see how the radical giants of the aboriginals will dare to take the risk again. Everyone knew that this battle was no small matter. From a certain perspective, it had pacified the next few decades or even centuries of chaos. Who would dare to bully and humiliate the human race now? After experiencing several great calamities, extraordinary human experts had appeared one after another. The aboriginals couldn't see through the depths of the human race, so they definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly again. This battle had definitely broken one of their powerful and terrifying bones. Even the imperial family was killed without hesitation, let alone the other races. If the battle continued, it was possible that some of the great ancient races would be wiped out. The nest of 10,000 dragons. This is an enormous race that has produced ancient emperors, and an extreme imperial weapon to suppress and protect them. Back then, no one dared to disobey them under the heavens. Yet they were defeated and forced out of the Big Dipper. Many people of the Aboriginals were resentful, and their anger towards Yifan soared. Of course, with so many races, it was impossible for them to be a monolithic block. The people who were resentful were still the radical great races from before. In reality, after so many years, many races had dealings with the human race, and their relationship wasn't ordinary anymore. Sooner or later, I will kill the human race's sacred physique. Not to mention the ancient race's saints. Even many of the younger generation were gnashing their teeth and swearing. This was a powerful kind of hatred, and it was used as motivation. And now, the human race's sacred physique was famous throughout the world. There really weren't many people who could kill him. As for the younger generation, they were close to despair. The human race is incredible. We can't touch him, we can't touch him. The elders of the ancient races were disappointed. This battle had set the tone for the future. No one would joke around with their lives. Unless the path of immortalization opened, there would be a long period of peace in the future. There would be no more disputes. If not for the fact that the human-demon situation was fluctuating, Yifan would even want to fight another ancient royal family. That way, no other race would dare to act recklessly. Unfortunately, the human demon had exiled him into the lonely universe. He didn't know if he would have the chance to meet again in this life. Yifan muttered to himself, "You guys are lucky in the fire-chilling cave." Of course, Yifan was deeply aware of this battle. His hatred was off the charts, and there was no ancient race expert who didn't want to kill him. The human race was naturally happy. This battle had turned the situation around, and they didn't have to worry anymore. Of course, they also knew Yifan's situation. Many of the human race's sacred physique have been sacrificed. From that year until now, he has been provoking the ancient races and putting himself in danger. His life is in danger. That's true. Some of the ancient kings definitely don't want him to continue living. One day, they will secretly attack him. Everyone knew the impact of this battle. Most of them felt that he had done a great job. But there was also a small group of people who slandered him in private and spread rumors. No matter when, this was unavoidable. This was how human nature was. Even gods couldn't be acknowledged by everyone. There were also demons. Didn't we just wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons? Why do we have to do this? This is stirring up disputes for no reason, and making the ancient races hate us. This is indeed the case. Haven't the disturbances calmed down recently? Even if there are undercurrents, it isn't a large-scale slaughter. Why did we have to wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons? In my opinion, that Yifan wants to be in the limelight and make his name known in Big Dipper. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. A small group of people discussed like this. They had all sorts of thoughts and didn't recognize the effects of this battle. Instead, they slandered Yifan in every way possible. There were even people who wrote a declaration to punish Yifan. They felt that their writing was brilliant, their literary talent brilliant, their sentences beautiful and splendid. This naturally caused a storm. Someone shook his head and said, "When the path to immortality opens, I hope they can still say this and get close to the ancient races." Yifan shook his head when he heard this. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these things. Now that he had dealt with Big Dipper's matters, he was preparing to set off and participate in the most powerful trial. He invited the monkey, GZ, and the others to go as well. At the same time, he suggested that the celestial court migrate and temporarily leave Big Dipper to escape this most terrifying vortex in the universe. They would return when necessary. The opening of the path to immortality might be the greatest change in the history of the world. Participating without strength was simply courting death. When the time came, who knew what kind of supreme beings would appear? Both Saint Ape and GZ considered setting off, but they had to postpone it because they had their own matters to deal with. It might happen at the same time as the Heavenly Village's relocation. A small group of people from the human race targeted Yifan. and made friends with the ancient race experts. In the end, they were ignored. In the end, a group of people were devoured, causing a farce that ended without a conclusion. We've lost. Many of the pathfinders we sent died on the Eternal Lord planet. They were killed by the experts there. A shocking piece of news spread and exploded in the Big Dipper star region. Many ancient race experts were furious. They didn't get a single bottle of evolution fluid, and even lost some people. We've figured out their strength. There are Saint Kings, but we haven't seen the Great Sage. Their battle armor is really special, and can increase their strength by a large amount. A mothership escaped and brought back detailed information about the Eternal Lord planet. The description of the evolution fluid's divine effects was very specific. This caused many great races to be unable to sit still. An expedition to the Eternal Lord planet. This became the focus of discussion. Many great races wanted to send out troops to seize the evolution fluid. They analyzed the information carefully, and felt that killing their way into the ancient star region wouldn't be a problem. They would reap great rewards. On this day, the most powerful king and imperial clans of the ancient times held a secret meeting to prepare for the expedition. They began to dispatch manpower. At the same time, the heavenly village was also in full swing. As expected, the Black Emperor had extremely high attainments in Tao patterns. He had deciphered most of the Star Door secrets and combined it with the formation platform. Long-distance travel could be realized. Even without the mothership, we will be able to cross the sky in the near future and visit ancient stars one after the other. He was full of confidence. Yi Fan was also about to set off and undergo the most powerful trial in history. He wanted to become a saint and face the changes that would come after the path of immortalization opened. I'll be the vanguard for you guys. There's no need for the heavenly village to be high profile. Just slowly move there and recuperate in secret. A few days before Yi Fan set off, he had used some methods and channels to spread his whereabouts. He was going to the outer region and step onto the ancient starry sky path towards the Eternal Lord planet. He dares to leave this place without Gai Jiuyo, Wei Yi, or the human devil, who can protect him. Let's go and kill him. The ancient races learned of this and many people showed off their abilities. If they met there, they definitely wouldn't let Yi Fan go. There were even some people who directly threatened to chase him down and kill him in outer space. Oh, are we going to leave Big Dipper? This is a good opportunity. The power of the green copper cauldron is obvious. It's because of it that it was able to resist the 10,000 dragon bell. If we can kill the human race's holy physique, then the cauldron will belong to us. Correct, there's something wrong with the divine will within this cauldron. If we really subdue it, it's the same as obtaining an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Its value is immeasurable. Many people found it hard to describe with words. Their hearts were about to boil. Once Yi Fan left Big Dipper, that would be a good opportunity for them to kill him. This wasn't limited to the ancient races. Even the saints from outer space held the same mentality. They wanted to kill Yi Fan in the starry sky at all costs. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no way the heavens won't forgive you if we don't kill you. The Golden Crow army arrived again. An old ancestor said coldly, and also wanted to chase after him. We can cooperate with the ancient races, and have them provide us with the coordinates. We'll take the ancient starry sky path and don't have to ride the Cosmos mothership, said the saints from outer space. He's too arrogant. He actually dares to do this. Let's go as well and find a chance to seize the evolution liquid. If we can kill him and obtain the cauldron, that'll be even better. There were also cultivators from the human race who muttered like this. These were the people from the 4 symbols holy lands, and the 9 heavens holy lands. These days, the matter of slandering Yi Fan was mainly due to them adding fuel to the fire. Not long ago, when they annihilated the 2 ancient dynasties, they had formed enmity with Yi Fan. That mountain elf from the 9 heavens holy lands, and another powerful ancient spirit also set off, walking together with the saints from outer space. Yi Fan, this is too risky. You've lured so many enemies away. If you get caught, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. In the heavenly village, the sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others persuaded him. Even the killing Saint Qi Luo came out of seclusion to send him off. No matter, I know what I'm doing. Everyone, I'll leave first. Yi Fan controlled a mothership and rushed into the sky. He entered the depths of the cosmos and then began to jump through space. Of course, before he left, he did some things that attracted the attention of the saints, who chased after him in a frenzy. Chapter 12:27. The pitch-black cosmos was dotted with stars. They were like diamonds embedded in a black cloth, drawing out specks of brilliance in the coldness. Even knowing the coordinates of the Eternal Lord Star wouldn't allow him to reach it in one step. The star door had its limits and was unlike the five-colored altar, which needed to pass through the cosmos many times before arriving. This journey wasn't a lonely one. The saints chased after him and wanted to kill him. During this half a month, he traveled through the starry sky and saw many enemies. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the Eternal Lord Star field. He traveled through an unfamiliar star field and left behind some clues. Swoosh! A brilliant golden light streaked past. That was the saint of the Golden Crow race. He pierced through the unfamiliar sky and disappeared into the darkness. Some saints were extraordinary, and actually had strange secret weapons that allowed them to travel through the cosmos with their bodies. An artifact made from the Quasi-Emperor's divine feather can tear apart the cosmos. After locating the coordinates of a short distance, it can be used for travel. What a divine item! Yi Fan had been observing the Golden Crow for the past few days, and was deeply astonished by the weapon made from the feather. He guessed that it might have been made from the feather of the Quasi-Emperor, who killed Da-Yi. Roar! A roar like that of an ancient dragon shook through the divine sense. It actually resounded through the pitch-black star field and reached this place. It was a black primordial giant venomous beast that crushed a small planet. Beside it was a mountain elf and a spaceship. This was a strange combination. The mountain elf from the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and the black venomous beasts from the Four Symbols Holy Land were all sealed during the primordial era. They traveled together with the technological Saint-grade spaceship. It was truly strange. Altar! Yi Fan's heart jumped. He saw another group of enemies. They appeared out of nowhere in the dark cosmos and walked out from the realm gate. It was a black stone plate with fresh blood flowing on it. It had yet to dry and looked terrifying. It was 5 meters in diameter and carried 2 people in black clothes. They appeared without a sound. Then the stone plate beneath their feet disappeared, sucked into one of their bodies, disappearing without a trace. What kind of stone plate is this? It can be used to traverse the universe and even follow them. Yi Fan's eyes burned with passion. This was the first time he had seen such a supreme treasure. The 5-colored altar of the great ancient emperor, the divine altar of the ancient emperor, and the stargate of the Eternal Lord Star were the few shortcuts that he knew of that could penetrate the universe. He didn't expect to find another one today. However, that black stone plate was extremely inauspicious no matter how one looked at it. The patterns were mottled and ancient, blood dripping from its surface, flowing along the ancient markings. It belonged to the saints outside this region. This is the 6th batch of people. It seems that there are quite a lot of people chasing after me. Some are after the green copper cauldron, and some are purely after my life. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. In the past half a month, he had carefully observed every batch of enemies and treated them with caution. He believed that the Real army had yet to arrive, or that they would only meet on the Eternal Lord planet. That was because the ancient race army had another goal, which was to conquer the Eternal Realm and obtain the evolution fluid. After Yi Fan took control of the mothership, he had long since become proficient in controlling it. He continuously moved in circles, advancing who knew how far in the pitch-black cosmos. If he relied on flying alone, even a saint wouldn't be able to cover this distance in a few hundred lifetimes. He passed by ancient lands one after another, hoping to leave some people's eternal homes in this desolate cosmos. At the same time, he was also exploring. After taking control of this saint-grade mothership, he had never traveled through the cosmos so happily before. He didn't know how many strange ancient lands he had passed by. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread from the distant star domain. It was as if a starry river had collapsed, and it was like a flood that overflowed the heavens as it rushed over. The saint-grade ancient ship was actually swaying, almost falling down. It made people feel stifled and uneasy. What was that? Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. There was a powerful energy fluctuation in the foreign star domain ahead, and it actually penetrated into the cosmic sea. His mothership had Great Emperor Wusher's heaven-deceiving formation patterns, so it couldn't be exposed. He concealed his aura and searched forward. Powerful life energy, there's an ancient life star ahead. Yifan rushed forward and arrived before long. This was an unfamiliar ancient star domain. It was bleak, grand, and ancient. There was also a type of emotional fluctuation. It was like a surging great river, like a hurricane sweeping through 10,000 mountains, sweeping through everything. The sadness contained a type of exceptional tyranny. It really is an ancient life land. Yifan was convinced that there was definitely an enormous star in this star domain. It might not be inferior to the Big Dipper's life land. And it was just ahead. Finally, he rushed to the center of the fluctuating region, and actually saw an incomparably shocking scene. There was a giant there. He stood in the cosmos, and it was unknown how tall he was. He couldn't see the end, and his head reached the depths of the cosmos. His feet stepped on the boundless netherworld. Beside him, stars curled up, and the sun and moon rotated. This was an unimaginable celestial body, and it wasn't just many times larger than the sun, moon, and stars. Ho! He opened his mouth and roared. It was actually a heavenly river that poured out in torrents. It made people speechless, and they didn't dare to believe this reality. This was a creature, but it was even larger than a star. It stood in the star domain and looked down on the world, showing disdain for all things in the cosmos. What was this? Could it be a deity? This was too shocking. The fluctuations of his divine sense were too vast, and it actually spread to this unfamiliar star domain. It made people want to bow down and worship him. It was boundlessly terrifying. What kind of terrifying existence was this? What realm had he reached? The strands of patterns extended out, making him the center of the ancient star domain. The primal chaos energy covered half of his body. This should be a man, vigorous and powerful. As the cosmos mothership rose, the upper half of his body could be seen. His black hair draped over his shoulders like a river of stars. That's right. Even the stars were between his hair. They weren't as large and long as this person. This made Yifan speechless. He had never been as shocked as he was today. What kind of person was this? He had traversed the endless desolate star domain, but he couldn't even find a single life star. Yet here, he saw a deity who could crush a star domain. Yifan felt a supreme great Tao that made him, who was on the verge of becoming a saint, suffocate. If the green cauldron didn't emit multicolored light, this mothership would have split apart. It was too terrifying. No wonder he could feel the life aura of this unfamiliar star domain from such a far distance. It was just one person, yet it was so intense. Yifan steered the spaceship and circled around him. From the side of the giant deity to the front, he didn't dare to disturb him. He knew that such a powerful existence might have discovered him. If that was the case, it would be better to be generous and watch from a distance with respect. However, when he came to the front and saw the face from a great distance, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this fact. His body was sturdy and powerful. His black hair was like a waterfall that was as long as a river of stars. He was full of shock. However, his face was covered in blood. His frontal bone had been completely shattered, and the white bone was sparkling and dripping with blood. His eyes were closed, filled with endless sorrow. His entire body was motionless as he stood there. Dead, he actually died. Yifan was in a daze. His immortal foundation was shattered, and his white bones were sparkling. Blood dyed his entire face. Even his primordial spirit had withered away. There was no way he could have been alive. But what was that whistling sound just now? It transmitted to every corner of this star domain. How powerful was it? Yifan was incredibly bewildered. Could it be that what he saw before his eyes was no longer his true body? Everything was Tao marks, and everything he heard and saw was a Tao law projection left behind by the past? How powerful of an existence was this? Why did he fall here? Why did such a thing happen? This unfamiliar star domain was filled with his Tao laws. Yifan carefully observed and was even more shocked. Above the head of this giant corpse, there was an ancient star. Endless profound mysteries were displayed there, as if millions and millions of creatures had been born there. There seemed to be many people who were in grief. Why is it like this? He used the mothership to scan and carefully observed. He obtained a conclusion that shocked even himself. That was originally a giant ancient star with life, yet it was now deathly still. Just how many tens of thousands of years ago did this happen exactly, for it to become such a bitter land now? Xiao. A beam of golden light flashed past. A golden crow appeared. It followed the traces left behind by Yi Fan, and chased them all the way here. Its body was trembling uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the golden divine feather in its hand, perhaps its body would have already cracked apart. Heavens, what did I just see? The old golden crow cried out in alarm. It wasn't too far away from Yi Fan, and its terrified divine will could be sensed. Quasi-Emperor, it said in a trembling voice. During the ancient era, a supreme being appeared in the golden crow race. He walked out from the divine nest and looked down on all living things. He was revered by that part of the universe. At that time he was still very young. He had personally witnessed the unparalleled glory of the golden crow quasi-emperor. The divine feather in his hand was bestowed by that emperor later on. Correct, he was a quasi-emperor. He wanted to defy the heavens, but in the end, he failed to prove his Tao and fell here. The old golden crow was trembling, but his eyes were blazing with brilliance. This was a Tao land, an unmatched precious land. In the distance Yi Fan was shocked. This was a quasi-emperor, not an ancient deity, nor was it the great emperor he had expected. Yet he still had this kind of natural and miraculous performance. It was too shocking. This is a Tao law magical projection. Even though the body has fallen, the Tao hasn't been erased, preserving the scene of that day. He failed to prove his Tao, implicating the ancient star he was born in. Just like him, it reached the end of its life. This golden crow was trembling in fear, but there was also hope in its eyes. This place was too important for cultivators. During the ancient era, I was fortunate enough to witness the scene of my race's emperor trying to prove his Tao. He also entered the cosmos and stepped into the netherworld. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, and heaven and earth were split open. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. The old golden crow muttered to himself. He thought of many things. Yi Fan was shocked. The quasi-emperor was actually so strong and amazing. He failed to prove his Tao, implicating an ancient star that was comparable to the Big Dipper in Ziwei, turning it into a land of death. Too strong. No wonder since ancient times, the number of great emperors can be counted on one's fingers. Even a quasi-emperor is like this. How shocking. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. He immediately thought of Gaijuyo. This old man had once reached this height, but after his blood energy dried up, he fell back down. When a quasi-emperor went crazy and raised his strength to the end realm, such a magical projection would appear, making all living beings revere and tremble. Yi Fan shuddered. What kind of Tao was this person trying to prove? He actually implicated an ancient star, causing the ancient land that gave birth to him to die. No wonder there are such sorrowful fluctuations. Is he regretting it? An entire ancient star, billions of living beings were buried along with him. The motherland that raised him has been destroyed. This is simply unbearable. Yi Fan sighed. At the same time, he was like the golden crow. The light in his eyes was shocking as he stared at the dying ancient star. He wanted to descend there, and perhaps there would be heaven-defying rewards. Chapter 1228. The quasi-emperor's corpse towered into the depths of the cosmos. His head was above the 9 heavens and his feet stood on the 9 underworlds. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him. When he opened his mouth, a celestial river hung in the air. Such a scene would shock the world. Anyone who saw it would feel their legs trembling, and their hearts trembling. His thick black hair was comparable to a river of stars. His bronze-colored skin hadn't decayed even after tens of thousands of years, and was still flickering with luster. The quasi-emperor's magical artifact, where is it hidden? Even though that golden crow was trembling, he was also incomparably excited as he stared at the corpse. That was an incomparably precious divine artifact. Perhaps, it could allow him to pry into the supreme profound mysteries of the Tao. It was because this majestic corpse died because he had corroborated the Tao. Yi Fan also understood the importance of this place. It was incomparably precious. A quasi-emperor had fallen here, and it must have condensed the mysteries of heaven and earth. Those who had the ambition to corroborate the Tao would all go crazy. Was he a corpse or a manifestation of Tao laws? Why did he look so real? That blood-stained face and tightly shut eyes contained boundless vicissitudes and sorrow. It was too lifelike, as if he had just lost his life not too long ago. Primal chaos swirled about. The quasi-emperor's corpse seemed to have failed to split the heavens and earth apart, ending his life here, falling from the peak of glory into the abyss. More people are coming. Yi Fan noticed that another group of people had arrived. They were all hiding in the darkness and didn't dare to act recklessly. Because this place was too terrifying, even ancient saints would tremble with fear when they came here. But not a single one of them retreated because they all knew how precious this place was. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out between heaven and earth, shaking the ancient saints so much that their souls almost left their bodies. All of their faces turned pale as their bodies trembled. This gigantic quasi-emperor's corpse moved. Boundless Tao patterns retracted as his body shrunk, gradually returning to a single point. Was he going to transform into the Tao? The entire constellation started to tremble, emitting a desolate aura. This corpse grew increasingly blurry as all the heavenly laws were retracted, gathering towards a single point. This point was none other than his frontal bone, which was also his immortal foundation. It's indeed a Tao law aspect, not the real quasi-emperor's body. The golden crow said while trembling. He was an ancient saint, yet he couldn't endure this kind of fluctuation. His entire body cracked, and with a cry of pain, he turned into a streak of golden light and fled into the distance. Yi Fan also silently retreated, staying far away from this place and observing silently. The Dharma laws left behind by the quasi-emperor were truly too terrifying. Just the ordinary surging aura wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. The rumbling great Tao shook the ancient star region. It was as if it came from the beginning of the universe. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it, and it gave people signs of enlightenment. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the mothership, listening attentively and comprehending with rapt attention. He further consolidated his Tao fruit, and figured out the Tao marks in the world. Boom. Finally, with a final loud bang, the gigantic quasi-emperor's corpse dimmed. The myriad of Tao laws fused into the corpse's white frontal bone. Even though that place was shattered and dripping with blood, it was still the ruler of the Tao, becoming the final resting place. In the end, the quasi-emperor disappeared. He turned into strands of Tao light and scattered into the cosmos. Among them, the most stunning beam in the frontal bone was like a celestial river, directly entering the ancient star above his head. That was once a source of life, but because of him proving the Tao, it reached its end and became a dead star. Now there was absolutely no vitality. The cosmos quieted down and completely returned to a deathly stillness. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound, only darkness and coldness. There wasn't a trace of abnormality anymore. Only that former source of life was a bit strange. It recorded the sorrow of the past, narrating a great disaster in the ancient times. Swoosh. A streak of light quickly pounced towards the ancient star, its speed reaching the extreme. This was clearly a saint who wanted to search for the supreme secret of this ancient star. Yi Fan was just about to move, but he stopped again. Someone had moved later but arrived first, whistling over from the depths of the cosmos. His divine sense was astonishing. This was definitely an expert. His figure was slender and sturdy, his white hair scattered over his shoulders, and he carried a black sword on his back. He arrived in the blink of an eye, his powerful aura oppressing. He entered the ancient star first. When his cold gaze swept across the cosmos, it made people feel a sense of oppression, as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Yi Fan's mind moved. This was an extremely terrifying figure. He wasn't the one chasing after him, so where did he come from? Why did he suddenly appear? It was precisely because of this that he didn't act rashly. This was too terrifying. This was an unfamiliar star domain that had been turned into a land of death for many years. How could there be an expert crossing over here? He could walk through the cosmos alone, so he was definitely an exceptional figure that made one's scalp go numb. Otherwise, how could he dare to do this? Yi Fan was sure that he hadn't seen him before, but the Golden Crow, Mountain Elf, and the others who chased after him didn't know. They thought that this person came from the Big Dipper like them, following the clues left behind in the starry sky for the life of the green copper cauldron, and the human race's divine physique. Swoosh! That Golden Crow also moved, rushing towards the dead star. It turned into a streak of golden lightning, and arrived in an instant. 7 or 8 figures rushed over, descending towards the enormous ancient star. They all wanted to search for the Quasi-Emperor's magical artifact, and other historical remains on the ancient star. This kind of enormous ancient land of life might have given birth to great ancient emperors in the past. If there were emperor weapons left behind, then it would be even more terrifying. This might be an enormous natural opportunity. Everyone had this kind of thought. Finding an immortal weapon or ancient scripture would allow their race to rise up and prosper for tens of thousands of years. Yi Fan also arrived, but he didn't descend. He used the Cosmos mothership to scan the surroundings, observing everything below from every angle, observing these people. The mountains collapsed, the vast sea dried up, the ancient caves cracked, and the walls were in ruins. This was a ruined land with nothing left. Not even a blade of grass grew, and the land was scarlet without borders. Back then, the Quasi-Emperor's Tao fruit was too strange. He had never heard of an ancient star being implicated after failing to verify the Tao. The Tao he cultivated was extremely extraordinary and strange. Yi Fan carefully scanned the ancient star with the Cosmos mothership. Finally, he discovered a speck of light on the ancient star, as well as the only abnormal place. There was a stone tablet there, and it was actually over 10,000 zhang tall. It was carved from a piece of crystal stone, inserted into the ground. There was an enormous mountain of similar height there, grand and majestic. This ancient star used to have many majestic great peaks, but they were all broken. Apart from this one, none of them were completely preserved. Something's not right. This mountain's shape looks so strange. It looks like a great tomb. Yi Fan was shocked. A 10,000 zhang tall stone tablet, a 10,000 zhang tall tomb. Just how tall and grand was this? It was truly shocking. However, he already saw the scene the Quasi-Emperor left behind when he fell in the past. Now that he saw these things again, Yi Fan wasn't that shocked anymore. He quickly calmed down. The giant tomb was completely dark red, as if it had been soaked in blood and watered by the blood of all living beings to create such a scene. Even the soil around it had become dark, and the Yin energy was extremely dense. The white-haired man wasn't old, and was only about 30 years old. He stood in front of the giant stone tablet, silent and motionless. The mountain elf, the giant centipede, and the others searched in different areas, but in the end, they couldn't find anything. They also approached the giant tomb one after another. The mountain elf's body was withered, and the light in its eye sockets was lush green. It muttered to itself, "This giant tomb has a spatial formation. I wonder how vast it is inside. Could it be the tomb of an ancient emperor? There must be a divine treasury inside." It ascended the giant tomb and landed on it, wanting to find the entrance. However, at this time, it discovered a pair of cold eyes that pierced into its heart like a knife. The person was coldly looking at it. What do you want to do?" It was a dignified saint-level expert that looked down on the world, but at this moment it trembled after being stared at by this gaze. Its body and heart were both afraid. With a clear and cold sound, the cold white-haired man pulled out the black heavy sword on his back, and slashed down from tens of thousands of feet away. The mountain elf was furious. It circulated its magic power and summoned its Tao soldier, using all its strength to attack and block this attack. However, this was futile. The black heavy sword fell, and its Tao soldier, God rules, and secret techniques all collapsed. Its body was split into two. The saint was dripping with blood, and its primordial spirit was annihilated. The two halves of the bloody corpse fell to the bottom of the giant tomb. Powerful, terrifying, cold. Yi Fan quickly made an evaluation. This person was definitely an extremely dangerous person. With just one sword he had split a saint-level mountain elf in half. It was as insignificant as killing a mosquito. Not long after, there was another piercing sound. 4 saint-level characters rushed over from different directions, and landed on the dark red giant tomb. They also wanted to explore. However, what awaited them was another metallic sound like a dragon's roar. The cold white-haired man pulled out the black long sword again and swept it across. Miserable screams rang out at the same time. The 4 ancient saints were all cut in half at the waist. The upper and lower halves of their bodies were separated, dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. They couldn't even block a single attack from this person. Very soon, their sorrowful cries also stopped. This was because after one sword attack, their bodies were broken and their primordial spirits were also shattered. They died a violent death. Yi Fan was in the outer realm and saw everything clearly through the mothership. He sucked in a breath of cold air. This person's danger level was directly raised to 5 stars. With just one sword attack, 4 ancient saints died at the same time. This tomb has buried the sorrow and grief of an entire ancient star. Millions and millions of creatures have been buried here. How could it be a place for you all to trample on? Cold words were released along with the wind. He was cold and unapproachable. Not long after, a golden light split the void and landed here. The golden crow appeared, holding a golden divine feather of quasi-emperor. It seemed to be very careful. When it turned around from behind the giant tomb and saw the white-haired man, its heart immediately tightened. "Friend, who are you?" "God." The white-haired expert only spat out this word. There was a kind of dignity in his indifference, as if he was looking down on the world. "God." The golden crow swallowed a mouthful of saliva and couldn't help but take a few steps back. It was somewhat afraid. This person's words were either peerlessly terrifying or extremely conceited and dangerous. Meanwhile, after seeing this scene, Yi Fan in the outer realm shivered. The word God was very strange. It made him think of the organization he had heard about in the Eternal Star Domain. They hunt down all the experts who have walked the ancient path of the stars. They are extremely terrifying. This was the description of this organization in the 9 messages left behind by Ji Haoyue. Apart from this, the people of the Eternal Lord Star also changed their expressions as they talked about this organization. Given his performance in the Eternal Star Domain, where he had defeated a saint-level mothership and fought against an ancient saint, the other party had wanted to test him at first before inviting him to join. This was definitely a mysterious and terrifying organization. And this person in front of him directly called himself a god. Could it be that there was some connection between them? The powerful golden crow clearly felt that something was wrong and turned to leave. However, the white-haired man's cold gaze instantly caused the golden crow to freeze. Boundless killing intent rushed into his body as if there were 100,000 heavenly swords pressing against his body. He didn't dare to move at all. The god made a move. He didn't kill the golden crow, but instead restrained him from tens of thousands of meters away. The golden crow screamed and struggled violently, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was completely useless. The god pointed a finger at the golden crow's forehead and read his memories. He said to himself, "You came from the Big Dipper. This saves me a lot of effort. I just happened to be going to shatter the path of immortality." When the god released his hand, the golden crow had just rushed into the sky when the quasi-emperor's divine feather it was holding suddenly reversed and split the golden crow in half. Then, with a flash of golden light, it rushed to the ground. A golden tail feather landed in the hand of the god. He said to himself, "A quasi-emperor." Chapter 1229. A single golden divine feather represented a strand of the quasi-emperor's aura. Even though it could only be considered a strand of hair, it was still world-shaking. Opposing ancient saints normally wouldn't dare to grab it like this. The deity's expression was like an eternally unchanging ice. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy, only indifference. He held it between his 2 fingers and looked at it again and again. In the distance, the giant centipede's hair stood on end and its body trembled. It was the mountain protector divine beast of the 4 symbols holy land. It just happened to see the golden crow die, and immediately turned around to flee. It had never felt such fear before. It had only seen a similarly terrifying man in the desolate era, and it knew that it definitely couldn't be defeated. Xiao. The white-haired male shook his hand, and the golden divine feather flew out and tore through the air. The ancient centipede cried out loudly, and its enormous body shot out countless divine chains of order. and all types of ancient weapons. The result couldn't be changed. A flower of blood splashed out as its head was pierced through by the golden divine feather, and its primordial spirit was killed. An earth-shaking roar of grief sounded. It was extremely unwilling, but its eyes lost their luster and became deathly gray. It smashed into the dust like a collapsing mountain. Ah! At the same time, a second miserable cry sounded. Not far away, another saint's forehead was pierced through by the golden feather, and he fell into a pool of blood. The white-haired male's expression didn't change at all after flinging out a golden feather and killing 2 saints in succession. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. There are no quasi-emperor magical artifacts or secret treasures here. There is only sorrow and grief. I don't wish for anyone to disturb me. The deity's cold voice resounded through the spacious dead star. After speaking, he rose into the air and entered the star domain. He turned into a streak of lightning and rushed into the depths of the cosmos, precisely in the direction of the Big Dipper. Upon closer inspection, one would be horrified. This was a terrifying speed that reached the limit. He would disappear one moment, and then reappear the next. His body became more and more indistinct, and in the end his body directly tore apart the cosmos and rushed into the cold and dark unknown. How powerful was this person? It was hard to estimate, because he didn't release his own aura. However, from the fact that he could easily kill several ancient saints with a single strike, his strength was absolutely shocking. Moreover, he could rely on his flesh to cross the sky. A deity with a 5-star danger coefficient. Yi Fan looked at his back and pondered. The Big Dipper alliance was really going to be in chaos. All sorts of heaven-defying and mysterious characters were gathering. There would definitely be a great battle of the ages in the future. That would be the most terrifying place of turmoil in the entire star field. It was unknown how much blood would be shed, how many bones would be piled up, and how many people would die. A black stone disc appeared. Its patterns were mottled and blood flowed about. It opened up a realm gate, and then 2 black-clothed individuals walked out. They descended onto the Death Star. Very soon they discovered the giant tomb. After searching for a while they found nothing. There were countless white bones in the tomb, and the deathly aura was extremely heavy. There were no magical artifacts. Yi Fan sighed. The quasi-emperor had failed to prove his Tao. Perhaps he had left behind some valuable things, but they had all been taken away by others. The deity from before clearly had a close relationship with this planet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have protected the giant tomb like this. He even passed by this place and specially came to pay his respects. God, if I step onto the ancient trial path of the strongest, I might encounter it again. Yi Fan muttered to himself. In the boundless universe and boundless starry skies, there were countless stars. However, ancient lands of life were extremely rare and almost impossible to find. Yi Fan had crossed who knew how many star fields he had searched in detail. However, not to mention a life star, he couldn't even find any traces of life. If he hadn't seen the sages from the outer realms and knew that there were ancient lands of life like Huasong, Tong Tian, North Star, and Flying Immortal, he really would have suspected that the universe was barren. 20 days later, a boundless star emitting an earth-shattering aura of life surged out from the depths of the star field. This signified that Yi Fan had once again descended upon the eternal star field. After several months, Yi Fan came to the eternal Lord Star again. He sensed an unusual atmosphere. All the major races were preparing for war. Tianyuan City was the most famous main city on the eternal Lord Star. It was located in the central ancestral land. Dragon ridges rose and fell around it. It was grand and majestic, and draconic chi rose up. In the western half of the city, there were rows upon rows of skyscrapers that reached the clouds. It was very modern, and spaceships could be seen taking off and landing from time to time. In the eastern half of Tianyuan City, it was a completely different scene. There were majestic watchtowers and ancient palaces. It was like an ancient phoenix city. Many buildings were suspended in the sky. This was a huge city that was a combination of modern and classical architecture. The population was in the tens of millions. The godly Blue Castle will start a large-scale auction tonight. The blood of a holy beast is going to be sold. It's priceless and can increase the overall power of a clan. Oh, it's really tempting. That's a holy beast. If we can extract the divinity and holy power from its blood, the bloodline of a clan will be strengthened many times. In front of an ancient castle in the Eastern District, many people were watching. There was a huge billboard there, and the screen was showing some of the items to be auctioned. The street was wide, and Yifan walked along the ancient stone road. He looked at it seriously for a while, and his expression was quite strange. The holy beast blood that the godly blue castle was auctioning actually came from the ancient race. It was an ancestral king. He was killed in the last battle. Because he had a pair of antlers and a body that was taller than humans, he was recognized as a holy beast. The arrogance and conceit of the people of the Eternal Lord Star was evident. They even regarded the dignified ancestral king as a kind of beast. The high and mighty ancestral king of the Northern Dipper had fallen to such a state. It was a kind of sorrow. Not long ago, the experts who had explored this place first obtained a great victory, and were invincible. In the end, 2 days later, a peerless expert appeared and killed them all. Oh, speaking of which, that demonic god and the indestructible golden body are really not good. The Northern Dipper is full of wild beasts and holy beasts. It's a terrifying place. They actually dared to be so despicable, and lured the people of the Eternal Lord Star into a trap. That's right. In the end, that group of holy beasts attacked. Fortunately, Saint Wanfeng took action, or else there would have been a bloody disaster. The Northern Dipper is a very terrifying place. It's said that there are even higher-level holy beasts there after searching their divine senses. Perhaps they will attack. Do they think our Eternal Lord Star has no one? Didn't Wanfeng and the other peerless experts say that in the future, that place will become a hunting ground for those who want to prove their Tao? There are endless resources of holy beasts there. This is just a form of encouragement, hoping that the later generations will rise up, who can prove their Tao and become an ancient godlike existence. Yifan listened to the discussions of the people and gradually understood some of the effects of that battle. The end of this battle had alerted the people of the Eternal Lord Star, and they were no longer arrogant. He walked along the street and saw a few famous and ancient auction houses. They were also auctioning the blood, bones, and horns of holy beasts. In the last battle, almost all the ancient race members had fallen, and were divided among the major powers. Some people took out parts of the flesh they didn't need and auctioned them. In the depths of the starry skies, within a giant mothership, the ancient race's true army had arrived several days ago. Not a single one of them was weak. They secretly understood a few things, and many people's faces became ashen. My great strength bull demon race has been treated as a holy beast. An ancient king with a robust body and a pair of black horns on his head said angrily. His ox nose was almost crooked from anger, and was spitting out white smoke. The ancient race was so proud, yet they were now treated like wild beasts. Very good, they look down on us so much. Even the bones of my Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancient saints are being auctioned and treated as a holy bird. If I don't flatten them this time, I will end my own life here. An ancient king of Blood Phoenix Mountain said to himself. He was an archaic imperial race that was normally high and aloof. He was born with a human body, and even though some of his clansmen had bird characteristics, he still couldn't be humiliated into beasts. These were all powerful ancient races that looked down on the human race. Now, they were being looked down upon by the creatures of another ancient star. This truly made them furious. Enemy attack. Loud alarms sounded all over the Eternal Lord Star, and every great race made preparations for war. Yifan was also startled. He looked up at the sky, but he didn't see any saints descending. There were only battleships rising into the air. We haven't found any traces of the enemy, but it's rumored that several great families have lost their motherships. There are actually 8 of them in total. It must be the holy beasts attacking again, but this time they are very cautious and didn't appear immediately. They left a path of retreat for themselves. Don't worry. Peerless experts like Saint Wanfeng have always been waiting for them to appear. It's rumored that the divinity condensed in the blood of these holy beasts can be extracted and turned into a main ingredient to refine the evolution fluid. Everyone was discussing, and a tense atmosphere pervaded the Eternal Lord Star. Although they were full of superiority, the attack of a group of holy beasts was still quite terrifying. A cold smile appeared on Yifan's lips. Neither side was easy to deal with. It would be best if there was an intense clash and both sides would suffer a bit. That night, Tianyuan City was brightly lit like a huge divine pearl embedded in the ground. During the long and ancient years, this place had given birth to deities and had always been the center of the sacred land. Many people were hopeful. Many great races wanted to go to the auction to obtain the blood and bones of holy beasts to increase their family's strength. Yi Fan walked around Tianyuan City and occasionally stared at the hazy sky. He felt the calm before a great battle, as if a storm was coming. Swoosh! A beam of light streaked across the sky, and the divine blue castle immediately disappeared from the ground. A three-headed and six-armed ancient king from the mixed sky race appeared in the sky. He waved his sleeves, and the grandest auction houses on the ground disappeared into his sleeves. This was an immemorial divine ability called Sleeve World. This was because, other than the holy beast blood, it was rumored that these auction houses would also sell the evolution fluid as the finale. You're here. This sovereign has been waiting for you for a long time. A person flickering with purple light rushed out from the city and flew into the sky. He held a purple holy sword in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent. It was several hundred zhang long, and he hacked at the mixed sky race's ancient king. It's the third disciple of the conferred saint. With him overseeing things, there should be no problems. Many people cried out in alarm in the city. Boom! An intense collision took place in the sky. Even a large part of the void was annihilated. The two saints fought, and a boundless black hole appeared. Noiselessly, a mothership appeared in the sky. The cabin door opened, and 8 or 9 ancient kings walked out. All of them were very cold. Even though there are some experts, they are only relying on external objects. The battle won't last too long. As soon as this ancient king's words fell, an intense explosion took place. The holy artifact mothership behind them swept into the heavens, emitting destructive fluctuations as it collapsed inch by inch. The ancient kings were heavily injured. This was the explosion of a holy artifact. It was equivalent to the power of their self-destruction. It was extremely terrifying. The battle thus began. The collision of two great star domains opened the curtains on this night. Similar holy battles were taking place in other giant cities. Chapter 1230. Violet blood, silver blood, and sky blue blood splattered everywhere. Some of the ancient kings had half their bodies rotted away. Those who survived had their lower halves turned into meat paste. There was even an ancestral king whose forehead was pierced through. His immortal foundation shattered, and he died on the spot. His blood-stained bones shot out in all directions and landed in the black hole. This was a tragedy. They had unexpectedly suffered heavy injuries. The saint flying ship they were riding on exploded. Roars of rage rang out. The injured ancestral king rapidly recovered. The eyes of the others turned sharp as they nervously guarded the ship. They had just arrived, yet such a tragedy happened. This caused a dark haze to rise in their hearts. Evidently, there were restrictions within the saint-grade mothership that they didn't understand. The original owner had tampered with it, and such a disaster was definitely not an isolated one. In truth, similar tragedies were happening in other places as well. Some ancestral kings had fallen the moment they appeared before even participating in the battle. However, it was already the limit for each mothership to be able to destroy an ancient saint. They could only heavily injure them and not kill them all. Kill these trash that only knows how to rely on external objects. Don't leave even a chicken or dog alive. The time to hunt the saint beasts has arrived. Everyone, attack together, obtain the beast blood, and extract the saint bones. This will be a huge harvest. Both sides not only attacked each other, but they were also mocking each other and stirring up the emotions of the other party. This was a bitter battle. Blood rained down from the sky. Chilly winds howled and yellow whirlwinds howled. The battle above Tianyuan City was extremely intense. Beams of terrifying light shot out from the city. This was the product of combining runes and technology. It could identify the enemy based on their genetic imprints and attack autonomously. All sorts of immortal light interweaved, and the attacks shocked the world. The sky was gloomy, the sun and moon lost their radiance, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. Even the bodies of the ancestral kings were pierced through. A bloody hole appeared in the chest of an ancient king from the blood lightning race. When he killed an enemy, he revealed a look of disbelief. The huge city below had heavily injured him. A bunch of trash dares to act high and mighty, treating the 10,000 races of the Northern Dipper as natives and saint beasts. I will tear all of you apart. An ancient saint from the Herculean bull demon race roared. Black light curled around his entire body. He was like a huge mountain, and his pair of bull horns rushed into the sky, shattering the battle armor of a saint and tearing his opponent apart. Ah! On the other side, an ancient king cried out loudly. A great Tao beam shot out from the center of the city, able to break through saint-level defenses and penetrate the back of his head. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes became lifeless, blood and brain matter flowing out, falling from the sky. Ancient gods had been born in Tianyuan City. It was one of the most terrifying places on the main planet. Moreover, it was the center of the continent and had a special status. It was not strange for this city to be able to unleash a terrifying Taoist light. It was a matter of course. It was even rumored that it contained the killing light of the ancient gods. The great battle escalated and became more and more miserable. The ancient races realized that things weren't looking good. There were all types of fortresses on this ancient star that could release holy light. They soared into the sky and slaughtered their way into outer space. The expressions of those on the Eternal Lord planet changed. The holy beasts of the outer space were too fierce. Each of them had thick skin, immortal bones, and powerful vitality. They could resist all kinds of weapons that were fused with technology and great Tao. The expert in purple armor, and holding a giant sword, was a saint himself. Coupled with his Saint King Mecha, he was invincible and defeated the three-headed and six-armed ancient king. His bones were shattered, his flesh disintegrated, and even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Of course, many of the companions behind this expert from the Eternal Lord planet had also died. Blood flowed everywhere, and it was a terrible sight to behold. This was a reign of terror. Both sides were very confident, but they didn't expect to pay a bloody price when the real battle began. The third disciple of the saint is indeed powerful. He killed the three-headed and six-armed holy beast and cut a winged bird in half at the waist. Blood washed the sky. How ferocious! Waves of exclamations came from Tianyuan City. At the same time, some people were also nervous. Apart from the third disciple of the saint, there were many casualties on the Eternal Lord planet. Kill! Within Tianyuan City, 8 or 9 figures soared into the sky. They were all ancient saints and wore colorful armor. Their attacks were extremely powerful. As soon as these people appeared, the balance of the battle tilted in favor of one side. The ancient race suffered heavy losses. 3 experts immediately spilled blood, and their huge corpses fell to the ground. They had died a violent death. This is the entire ancient planet's divine land. It has their most terrifying power. Let's retreat. An ancient king shouted and began to break out of the encirclement. In this place, the ancient race of the Northern Dipper star field lost. They were surrounded and killed. More than 10 ancient saints rushed up one after another, all of them wearing armor. An ancient king of the blood lightning race fell. He was cleaved in half by the third disciple of the saint. His lightning and primordial spirit dissipated at the same time. The 4 ancient saints of Heaven Origin City charged forward at the same time. 4 sharp sacred spears pierced through an archaic ancestral king with a divine disc behind his head. He roared in anger and unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. He could only die. Blood flowed and huge corpses fell continuously. This was a great calamity. Many mountain ridges were smashed apart, and a lot of blood rained down on the residential areas. More than 100,000 people died a violent death. Moo! An angry and sorrowful roar sounded. In the end, only an enormous black bull turned into the size of a mountain. It forcibly tore open a gap, and its entire body was covered in wounds as it fled into outer space. The Battle of Tianyuan City came to an end. The ancient race suffered a crushing defeat. They sent out a total of 9 ancient kings, but in the end, only the old saint of the demon bull race escaped. The others all died in battle. This was undoubtedly a great blow. The old demon bull went crazy in outer space and couldn't help but roar in anger. This was too sullen, and even his eyes were red. Reports of victory came from other battlefields. Several enormous cities were captured one after another. These cities had existed on the Eternal Lord Star for a long time, and were extremely important places. The ancient race suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of Tianyuan City, mainly because it was the center of the continent. Its strength was the most robust. The old demon bull who had luckily escaped with his life believed that there were even more terrifying existences waiting to take action. Vermilion Bird City was breached. Those people who relied on external weapons were completely wiped out and uprooted, but we also lost 2 ancient kings. In front of a magnificent giant city, on a boundless wilderness, the saints of the ancient race stood upright and destroyed many war tools. Every time they landed, a layer of earth would explode, revealing many weapons of the great Tao. In these places, rivers of blood flowed and bones piled up. The ancient land of Luolan was sunk. The spaceships and ancient castles there were all destroyed, and we lost 2 ancient kings. In a divine valley, the ancient race encountered fierce resistance. The ancient castles floating in the sky gave them the fiercest counterattack. The Atua sacred ground was conquered, and some of the evolution liquids and many divine materials that were sealed since ancient times were seized. However, we lost 4 ancestral kings. It's not good. We attacked the ancestral land of the Unsetting Sun clan, but only 3 ancient kings escaped. The rest all died there. The news continued to spread to the outer realms. The ancient race was both happy and worried. Although they won more than they lost, they also suffered fierce resistance and even suffered crushing defeats in some important places. On this day, the flames of war reached the sky. The entire ancient planet was covered in smoke, making people feel uneasy. In Tianyuan City, several huge corpses were transported in. They were cut up and divided equally by the major races. Many people cheered. These were holy beasts, and their value was too great. Through this battle, they solved the problem of many divine materials. The other cities were gloomy. There were victories and defeats, and the losses were not small. This made the Eternal Lord planet realize that a great crisis had arrived. The hunting ground of the Northern Dipper is very terrifying. These holy beasts have all run to our Eternal Lord planet. If this continues, we will inevitably suffer great losses. We need to invite peerless experts to attack and wipe them out as soon as possible. Then we can push the battlefield to the Northern Dipper. That's right. We can't fight at our doorstep. We need to invite peerless experts to end this war as soon as possible. The people of the Eternal Lord planet were no longer as calm. The holy beasts were ferocious. On this day, they had conquered many major powers. This made them feel a sense of crisis. Yifan coldly watched this battle. He knew that judging from this, the number of saints on the Eternal Lord planet was far less than the ancient race. One had to know that only a portion of them had come, and the Eternal Lord planet was already struggling. In just a day, the situation reversed. The Eternal Lord planet had completely reclaimed its lost territories. The ancient race left behind some corpses and retreated to outer realms. Saint Luan Feng joined hands with several peerless experts to launch a counterattack. This caused the ancient races to tremble. They didn't expect the Eternal Lord planet to be so difficult to fight. You holy beasts, leave the Eternal Lord planet as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will all be hunted down. Luan Feng led the group to outer realms. In the cold cosmos, both sides confronted each other. Swords were drawn, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Who are you calling a holy beast? The old bull was the first to get angry. Find the experts from afar. Please retreat quickly. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Luan Feng spoke. He was clad in a cold metallic armor and had a battle spear in his hand. He looked extremely heroic. He was only half a step away from becoming the great sage. Moreover, he possessed a true great sage armor. It was different from ordinary mechas. It was more like a divine armor that stuck tightly to his body. It was extremely powerful, allowing him to almost fight against the great sage. In the cold outer realms, the ancient race experts frowned. Although there were many people who came, the great sage wasn't among them. They also didn't bring an extreme Tao ancient weapon. There are many arrogant people from the 10,000 ancient races. Who would have thought that the Eternal Lord planet would feel even more superior? I've even seen the Emperor fighting before, so why would I be afraid of you guys? If the battle continues, I can say bluntly that the Eternal Lord planet will definitely be destroyed. An expert from the ancient race walked out. He was clad in a set of scarlet golden divine clothes. His entire body was surging with multicolored light. He came from the Blood Phoenix Mountain, and was known as the Nine Phoenix King. Back then, he had appeared during the Myriad Races conference at the Jade Pool. His fame had shaken the supreme ancient races, and he was only a step away from becoming the great sage. In the past, the Emperor of Fighting had once evaluated his aptitude as not bad. Although it was just a simple mention, it was still a supreme glory that everyone in the world knew of. It caused people to revere him. My eternal kingdom has never been destroyed. We once went on expeditions to various major star regions. Even during the most difficult period, when we faced the ancient gods, our race was not destroyed. You, Big Dipper, are too arrogant, said Luanfeng. We only need a great sage and an extreme Dao ancient weapon. Once we descend here, we can sweep through the eternal kingdom, said the Nine Phoenix King. This battle was unavoidable. Both of them were existences that were about to become the great sage. A great battle unfolded in the cold outer space, and in the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. Advertisement. Yanjiu's new book, Heavenly Official. In the 13th year of the Righteous Virtue era, Emperor Righteous Virtue was patrolling the borders. The Ning King of Nanchang plotted a rebellion, and the Xing King of Anlu was obsessed with alchemy. In the Western Mountain Temple outside the Anlu Prefecture, a young monk appeared. He returned to the Sea of Desires and began to recite the falsehood scripture. Chapter 1231. Amidst the darkness of the cosmos, broken arms floated about and broken ships lay in disarray. There were also blood-stained heads and shattered weapons. It was a complete mess. This was the end of the battle. Both sides were extremely powerful experts, and both sides were injured. They retreated while bleeding, and there were even some saints who lost their lives. The imperial conferred saint was known as the Heavenly King, and was an outstanding expert who had risen in the past 1,000 years. He fought the Nine Phoenix King to a draw and temporarily retreated to the Eternal Lord Star. The ancient races were silent. They had underestimated this star field. Without a great sage or an ancient weapon, it would be hard to say whether they would live or die if they continued to fight. I'm not willing to retreat just like that. Although we've obtained some evolution fluid, we've also lost some ancient kings. The price we paid is too great, said an ancient king from the mixed sky race. The Nine Phoenix King was recuperating in seclusion. The other ancient kings gathered together and pondered seriously. This ancient planet most likely had great sages, and there might even be divine armor left behind by ancient deities. This was a type of threat. Don't think about sweeping through the entire star field. Let's first understand the situation before making a decision, said an old king in a steady manner. From this day on, both sides entered a stalemate. The ancient races no longer entered the giant ancient star with life and lingered in the outer realms. Of course, they would occasionally change their identities and head to various places in search of opportunities. However, the Eternal Lord Star's technological civilization was no small matter. They had genetic imprints and other identification techniques. Ordinary disguises couldn't escape their eyes. The holy beasts were too powerful. There were monitoring systems in every corner of the star field. Sometimes, the ancient kings would be locked on as soon as they arrived, igniting the flames of war. This was a long and drawn-out confrontation. The ancient races gradually became uneasy because they found out that apart from the great sage, there might be a true great sage in this world. What made them most uneasy was that there were also ancient god armors comparable to their ancient weapons. This was a blow to their heads. Recently, we've been traveling in outer space to explore divine minds. We've always encountered some holy beasts, and our lives have been greatly threatened. I beseech the great sage to take action. I beseech Luanfeng and the other peerless experts to drive these beasts out of the eternal star domain. Our peaceful lives have been disturbed. Of course, the ancients weren't the benevolent race. Although they had been keeping a low profile, they were still active and had caused a lot of bloodshed. The people of the Eternal Star Field were all petitioning for powerful experts to take action. I really want to annihilate their people, completely destroy their sense of superiority, and enslave them forever. An ancestral king's expression was ashen. His words were extremely cold, and his eyes were ice cold. The glorious ancestral king of a generation felt extremely sullen when he arrived here. He was reduced to a vicious bird and fierce beast in the eyes of others. Back when they were in the Big Dipper Alliance, they were so glorious. The humans were afraid of them, and there was no one who wasn't afraid. But now, everyone was shouting at them every day, and they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Evil people need evil people to grind them down. None of them are easy to deal with. It's best to keep fighting. Yi Fan sneered. Recently he had been very comfortable. He had a detailed understanding of the strength of both sides. He believed that if the Big Dipper Alliance didn't send reinforcements, these ancient kings wouldn't be able to take down the Eternal Star Domain. In fact, they might even be completely wiped out. After half a month of confrontation, secret battles and massacres, the ancients were becoming more and more apprehensive, while the people of the Eternal Lord Star were becoming more and more excited. Slaughter these beasts and completely wipe them out. They've been causing trouble in the outer realms all day long. They've caused too much trouble for us. This is a huge and precious prey. The flesh, blood, skin, and bones of these beasts are all divine materials. Powerful warriors, take up your weapons and kill them. Bring them back for research. The people of the Eternal Star Domain were a proud race. They had a glorious history, a glorious civilization, and a powerful foundation that allowed them to look down on this part of the universe. Now their fighting spirit was high, and they wouldn't allow these vicious birds and beasts to dominate the outer realms. They wanted to drive them away. It was precisely under this sense of superiority that the major mercenaries were mobilized. Many powerful organizations began to issue bounty missions, encouraging all kinds of peerless experts to go out into the outer realms to hunt the beasts. The Lantua clan has issued a bounty. They've taken out a rare amethyst crystal mine that can be forged into a saint-grade mothership in exchange for a bottle of holy beast blood. What a generous offer. I've already heard that the eldest disciple of Heavenly King Wanfeng accepted the mission and secretly went to the outer realms. He injured an ancestral king and brought back a bottle of blue blood in exchange for that ancient mine. Heavens, how enviable! That amethyst crystal mine is refined in every way possible. When the time comes, it can even be forged into a saint's armor. It's one of the rarest materials. The people discuss fervently. There wasn't a single one who wasn't envious. They were all tempted, but most of them could only watch. They couldn't hunt the beasts like the peerless experts. Oh, the Skyfire mercenaries dispatched a large group of space battleships. This is a super powerful organization that loves colonizing natives. However, the Skyfire mercenaries returned in failure. Many of their battleships were destroyed, and they only managed to retrieve a few drops of blood. That was because they accidentally pierced through an ancient race ancestral king's arm, and the bit of blood that spilled out was collected. Many people failed, but there were too many of them. As long as there was a mothership, they could all attempt to kill the beasts. Big news, the Chow clan has issued a sky-high bounty. Whoever can hunt a complete beast will be rewarded with 10 kilograms of Myriad Illusion Galaxy Sand. How shocking! This news was extremely sensational. Myriad Illusion Galaxy Sand was extremely rare. It was refined from the galaxy, and could be used to forge great sage-grade war tools. The Eternal Lord planet was naturally in an uproar. Many people wanted it, and people like Wanfeng who were about to step into the great sage level were even more attentive. In the end, Heavenly King Miluo took action. He hadn't come out of seclusion for hundreds of years, and was a peerless expert. He was also half a step away from becoming the great sage. This time he attacked powerfully. A fierce battle broke out in outer space. Miluo was extremely fierce and killed an ancestral king. His enormous body was preserved and sent to the Chow clan to obtain what they needed. This was an unusual period. All sorts of battles broke out from time to time, and the ancient races also retaliated fiercely. Those who went to outer space to hunt were mostly massacred. In particular, an expert from the founding king race, which was ranked first among the 10 great primordial royal clans, launched a surprise attack and sank an imperishable holy land. The conflict between the two sides became white-hot. All sorts of killings didn't stop the various mercenary groups on the Eternal Lord planet. Many warriors were mobilized for the sky-high bounty. In order to hunt down the beasts, they stopped at nothing and even detonated some planets. I've had enough. I really want to bathe this star field in blood and wipe out this race. An ancestral king flew into a rage. During these days, groups of warriors entered outer space. There were strong ones and weak ones, but all of them were clamoring to hunt down the beasts. This caused a group of arrogant ancient kings to explode with anger. So many people have died, but they still don't learn their lesson. They keep coming wave after wave. When will this end? I really can't hold back anymore. I saw a group of ants threatening to bite a lion to death. I want to slap them all into dung. Calm down. There really are experts on the Eternal Lord planet. Didn't you see? Another heavenly king Miluo appeared out of nowhere and wants to kill us. The ancient races were furious and annoyed. Meanwhile, more and more warriors came from the Eternal Lord planet. They drove warships and set up all sorts of traps to hunt down the beasts. During this process, a Dao executioner spent a lot of money to purchase a forbidden artifact from an auction house. He buried it on a small planet, but it was accidentally triggered by an ancestral king who landed there. The entire planet exploded, and this ancestral king scattered a large amount of blood as he left with injuries. This person collected enough blood and inadvertently became a model. He stirred up a storm, and it wasn't far off to say that the entire population was slaughtering the beasts. Many young people set great ambitions and wanted to do something great. They pondered and calculated on their own. Even though most of these people didn't return, they still couldn't stop the heat. The unlucky ancient races were furious again and again. Some of them were so angry that their bodies were trembling, and their veins were bulging. They carried out a bloody revenge. In the end they provoked Wanfeng, Miluo, and other experts. Once again the two sides came to blows. Yi Fan laughed coldly after hearing this. During this process, he added fuel to the fire and incessantly intensified the conflict between the two sides. Naturally, he was the lucky young man who detonated a small planet and almost killed the ancient king. He did this to set an example for others. His leisurely time didn't last long. The ancient race sold him out and announced that they had come for the indestructible golden body and wanted to capture this public enemy. The Eternal Lord planet immediately boiled over. There was no need to mention the Chao family and the Brahmin race who had great hatred for him. The Rising Sun royalty, the Blue Sea race, the Lantua race, the Zhao family, and the other 12 immortal inheritances that had fought in the Big Dipper expedition were also gnashing their teeth. It was the demon god and Yi Fan who had tricked them, causing them to misjudge the strength of the natives there. As a result, the advanced troops were slaughtered by the holy beasts and suffered heavy losses. What, the indestructible golden body is back? We must find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground and skin him alive. Activate the gene imprint sensor. We must catch him even if we have to go to heaven and earth. If we don't kill him, even the heavens won't tolerate it. The Eternal Lord planet was in chaos. People from all sides moved together to search for Yi Fan, wanting to find traces of him. Yi Fan rejoiced. Great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation was really too useful. It could hide all signs of life. Even the ancient king couldn't hide from the sensor, but it was useless against him. He had some suspicions that Great Emperor Wu Shi had most likely encountered trouble when he came in and out of this place. Therefore, he had used some special thoughts to create this formation. The ancient race sneered again and again, revealing their killing intent. Even they were often sensed and couldn't completely get rid of the sensors. They believed that Yi Fan would soon appear. Let's wait for him to come out and dismember him. The green bronze cauldron is ours. Also, we must bring his corpse back to Big Dipper. He has offended the myriad races. He will be killed even if he escapes to the ends of the universe. Yi Fan's true body didn't appear. He was very calm and began another operation. Warriors, what are you waiting for? Go to the outer realm and hunt the saint beasts. Subdue them and use them as mounts. We want to be holy knights. Yi Fan was no longer pretending to be the young man who had gotten lucky last time. This time, he wanted to display his strength and incite a large group of people. He controlled an ancient saint war tool and led the group to set up spatial traps in the outer realm. Then he went alone to lure the saint beasts. The others definitely couldn't do it, but when there was no one around, he didn't need to hide his strength and could kill ancient saints. Just like that, he attacked along the way and almost killed an ancient king. Then he was teleported into a spatial trap and caused a huge explosion. We killed a saint. We actually killed a saint. A group of hot-blooded warriors cried out. They discovered that this ancient king's forehead had been blasted apart by a forbidden weapon. Blood splashed everywhere as he fell into the ice-cold cosmos. His immortal platform was blasted apart. Otherwise, we really could have captured him alive. He would have become a holy beast knight. The group of people sighed. However, they were still incomparably happy. They carefully divided up the saint beast and outer realm and returned to the eternal Lord Star separately. This was undoubtedly sensational. A group of brave warriors killed a saint beast. Even though their strength wasn't that great, it was still heaven-defying. They truly returned with great rewards. Without a doubt, this was the same as setting another example. It stimulated a large number of hot-blooded experts. Even though their strength was passable, their ambitions were great. They slaughtered their way into outer realm wave after wave, triggering a huge storm. The ancient races were truly angry. They were so angry that the bodies of some ancient kings trembled. They really wanted to slap everyone to death and shatter this ancient star. Chapter 1232. The majestic mountain towered into the clouds. Standing here was like standing at the peak of an immortal realm that had existed since time immemorial. A quiet lake was located at the peak of the mountain, surrounded by green pines and cypresses. There were also huge rocks scattered about, making the clear lake look like a celestial mirror. This was the famous celestial ascension pond. Legend had it that Wan Qing had secluded himself here for a period of time 20 or 30,000 years ago, giving it a special status. Since ancient times, countless people had come here in search of fortuitous opportunities. However, they had all returned empty-handed. As time passed, no one came anymore. Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back on a blue stone that looked like a crouching bull. In front of him was the mirror-like celestial ascension pond, and behind him were green pines and cypresses. The green lotuses swayed in the lake, each one flashing with a green luster. The petals were dark green, as if they were carved from jade. Was this the secret place that the lotus arch had left behind? Yi Fan looked at the clear water, and a fist-sized golden figure appeared in front of his forehead, scanning the surroundings. In recent days, the ancient races and the Eternal Star Region's experts had confronted each other. He had added fuel to the fire, and found all kinds of clues about the Lotus Arch. He had infiltrated some powerful clans and read many ancient books. He had found many ancient places and deduced the Lotus Thearch's past. The Lotus Arch became stronger and stronger, leaving behind an illustrious name in the Eternal Star Region. In the end, his demonic arts were perfected, and he was comparable to an ancient god. Even now, the people of the Eternal Kingdom are still searching for everything about him. Plop! Yi Fan entered the water and scanned every inch of the celestial ascension pond with his divine sense. He even sent the golden figure into the green lotuses and studied them carefully. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The Lotus Arch seemed to have only been in seclusion and didn't leave anything behind. No, on the way to the Eternal Lord planet, I saw some people still searching for the Lotus Thearch's relics. There must be some Thearch's treasury left behind. Yi Fan stood by the shore, listening to the rustling of the pine trees, watching the gurgling spring, listening to the golden eagles cry in the sky, and looking at the rolling clouds. He was lost in thought, and his mind became clear. All these years he had braved through fire and water, roared through the desolate mountains and rivers, fought against the powerful enemies of various races, and traversed the ice-cold universe without a moment of peace. How many years had it been since he had experienced such tranquility? At this moment, he was a little less murderous and more tranquil. Yi Fan sat down cross-legged on the crouching ox boulder and took out an ancient scroll. This was the ancient scroll that Princess Yu Dai had given him, and it contained the essence of the great Tao of nature. The drizzle was drizzling and the mist lingered. Yi Fan quietly flipped through the ancient scriptures, allowing the rain to fall on the pines. He looked at the flowers, birds, fish, and insects in the book. He didn't leave for a day and a night. It was not until the next day that he closed the ancient scroll and stood up. He said, "The way of nature cannot be forced. Perhaps the Azure Emperor left something behind, but it might not be suitable for me." He had a feeling that the opportunity to become a saint was about to appear. In this place, he developed all kinds of profound meanings of scriptures, and even imitated the 9 slashes of the demon the Arch. It was as though a demon god had descended into the world. Suddenly, when the 9 slashes of the demon the Arch were unleashed, the surroundings became boundless. The immortal ascension pond glowed, and the cliffs shone brilliantly. Runes appeared one after another. Yi Fan was astonished. All kinds of runes gathered together, forming a small path that led to a divine gate in the immortal ascension pond. A small void world. His heart trembled. This was a small world that the Azure Emperor had opened up. Sure enough, he had left something behind. He had searched everywhere in the ruins, and this was the only place he had found something. Yi Fan walked into the divine gate. The inside was very small, and it was only a space with a circumference of less than 300 meters. It was excessively simple, with a stone table and 2 stone stools. Apart from that, there was nothing else. He walked closer and discovered a few lines of small words on the stone table. After reading them, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually a personal letter written by the Azure Emperor here that had been taken away by someone. Grandpa Peng came here and obtained the Azure Emperor's personal letter. In addition to the evolution fluid in the ancient cave, I will definitely be unrivaled in the future. Some of Peng Bo's words were very solemn. He mentioned the gods and warned the later generations that the gods specialized in hunting down those who had walked the path of the strongest trial. As a result, they had obtained many heaven-reaching secret arts. Yi Fan frowned. Ji Haoyue had also left a message saying that the gods had been hunting down those who had walked the path of the strongest trial since ancient times, and had obtained many lost secret arts. One had to know that those who could walk the path of the strongest trial were all peerless geniuses. Peng Bo had a great opportunity. The Azure Emperor's relic had been taken away by him. To me, this Eternal Lord Star is not worth staying for long. Yi Fan stopped in this star domain for 2 reasons. One was for the evolution fluid, and the other was to search for the relic of the ancient emperors. These were the 2 things that attracted him the most. The Azure Emperor's relic had been taken away, so there was no need to think about Great Emperor Wu Shi's relic. He hadn't been able to find that scripture even after venturing deep into the Purple Mountain. It was probably left for the innate saint physique fetus. It would be difficult for others to obtain it. If I can obtain some divine ores and refine the 5th stage of the evolution fluid for my old friends in the Celestial Court, then I can go on my way. He only needed to find another immortal material to add to the origin fluid, and he would be able to successfully refine it. The ancient race and the eternal race confronted each other and fought fiercely. His goal had been achieved. After solving some problems, he could go on his way. The trip to the Celestial Ascension Pool made Yi Fan want to leave. During these days, the far ancient imperial race had suffered losses from time to time, and had no choice but to retreat deeper into the star domain. They were waiting for reinforcements, hoping that a great sage would come and sweep through this place with an ancient imperial weapon. Because this ancient planet was too important, the evolution fluid was of great importance. It would allow their descendants to quickly increase their cultivation levels and become stronger. The path to immortality was about to open, and all races hoped to increase their strength. This would be a guarantee of survival. At present, there was very little evolution fluid in circulation. However, the various immortal inheritances had sealed some high-grade precious fluids from ancient times. Some of them were even useful to saints and could help them break through them. In addition, they had discovered another great killing tool on the Eternal Lord Star. It could refine the power of the divine bloodline of the Holy Beast and transform one's physical body, allowing a race to quickly grow stronger. Even though there were some side effects, if used well, it would be heaven-defying. The operation to capture the Holy Beast continued. The people of Eternal Kingdom were full of superiority. Several successful examples had inspired many brave warriors. Even some saints had been mobilized because some people really wanted to become holy knights. People like Luanfeng and Miluo were worried. They felt that the future wasn't optimistic. After many battles, they knew that the ancient race had imperial weapons but didn't bring them. The search for the imperishable golden body continued. The great inheritances offered sky-high rewards that were even higher than the price of the holy beast. It made people speechless. At the same time, the saints from the outer realms also arrived. Even though a few of them had been destroyed by the deities on that dead star, there were still some who hurried over and descended upon this region. The situation became even more chaotic. Woo, how enviable! The Unsetting Sun King clan is formidable. They extracted the blood essence of 2 holy beasts and restored a portion of their ancestors' divine might. They actually obtained great benefits. How shocking! An Unsetting Sun King clan has appeared in their clan. Rumor has it that he obtained the ancestral Tao fragments within the blood of 2 holy beasts. This caused a huge commotion. The Unsetting Sun King clan's harvest was great. They had cracked the secrets of the divine genes and allowed an old expert to improve even further. However, there were people who curled their lips. Using the blood of the holy beasts to transform the physical body and smelting the ancestral Tao fragments would make their future path narrower and narrower. However, for an old saint whose cultivation had stagnated for many years and found it hard to advance an inch, this was the first choice. Shocking news! The Sutua clan has issued a great reward. Anyone who can hunt down 2 holy beasts will be given a divine skin scroll. A sensational piece of news spread, shaking all parts of the Eternal Lord Star. What kind of ancient scroll is it? It's worth 2 holy beasts. Isn't this too exaggerated? Everyone inquired about it. It's an ancient star map passed down by the ancestors of the Sutua clan. It records the secrets of the ancient deities. Impossible. If it was this kind of treasure map, why would the Sutua clan issue a reward? They would have explored it themselves a long time ago. This triggered a huge uproar. The Eternal Lord Star was surging with waves. The Sutua clan has been guarding the treasure map for many years without obtaining anything. Now that the clan has declined, they want to use other rewards in exchange for a chance to rise up. The Unsetting Sun King clan had an additional heavenly king. This stimulated the various great undying inheritances. All the clans wanted to imitate them. The Sutua clan was originally one of the strongest clans in the Eternal Lord Star, but it was a pity that they had gradually declined. Now, apart from an old saint, there were no successors. They wanted to use the holy beasts to transform the physique of the clan's disciples and increase their cultivation. This was a divine ancient scroll that recorded an ancient starry domain. The ancestors of the Sumeru clan had gone there 80,000 years ago and saw a legendary ancient tree of life. They naturally wanted to seize it, but the natives there were too powerful. They almost wiped out the Sutua clan's experts, and only one escaped. In the following years, they returned to that starry domain several times. In the end, they returned in low spirits each time, suffering disastrous losses. Ancient Tree of Life. This is one of the legendary immortal medicines. Unexpectedly, there really is such a thing. Eternal Kingdom naturally erupted. Everyone wanted to obtain it. It was rumored that the ancient Tree of Life had appeared on their ancient star for a period of time. Unfortunately, it was snatched away by a peerless expert from outside the domain hundreds of thousands of years ago. Ancient Tree of Life. This is an immortal medicine that belongs to the deities. It is a priceless treasure. A single branch is enough to regenerate flesh and bones. If one wants to refine the perfect 9th level evolution liquid, I heard that immortal medicines are needed. The ancient Tree of Life can undoubtedly do it. This is the most precious thing. Great waves surged through Eternal Lord Star. All sides couldn't calm down. However, some people didn't believe that the Sutua clan would so generously offer up this diagram. Experts from all sides sought confirmation. Even peerless experts like Luanfeng and Miluo personally paid them a visit. The Sutua clan had no choice but to tell them the truth. Starting from 60,000 years ago, that ancient starry domain disappeared. This left the clan puzzled no matter how they thought about it. They never gave up during these years, but in the end, they could only release a long sigh. What? The ancient tree of life and that starry domain disappeared? How could this be? Who could have such great magical force to cover the boundless starry sky? Could it be that they could cover the heavens? Many people were stunned, expressing their confusion. Quite a few people felt that this ancient scroll wasn't worth it. However, the true experts like Luan Feng and Mi Luo paid even more attention. They paid the Sutua clan a visit, carefully listening to the details, flipping through the personal letters left behind by their ancestors. There is an existence comparable to the great sage among the powerful natives. The entire clan protects the ancient tree of life and worships the deities. This is an ancient clan. In the end, Blue Sea Clan, Fire Cloud Clan, Chao Family, Unsetting Sun King Clan, Zhao Family, Lan Tua Clan, Fan Clan and others all came, all of them paying close attention. The ancient tree of life is worth paying attention to. With so many great clans exploring it, we might be able to find something. Yi Fan was also moved. He wanted to leave behind enough information for his old friends in the Celestial Court. It would be best if the 5th level or higher evolution liquid appeared. If the ancient tree of life could be found, this would definitely come true. Chapter 1233. A divine skin scroll descended, stirring up great waves and drawing the attention of all sides. Even though that ancient star had disappeared, there were still quite a few people who were looking forward to it. Even the ancient races knew about it. Among them, there were some who had heard of the ancient life tree, something passed down from their ancestors. This was a wondrous tree that should have grown in immortal domain. Undercurrents surged in the foreign battlefield. The confrontation and intense battles gradually escalated. Now that things had developed to this point, it was no longer something both sides could control. There would definitely be a great battle. The ancient races were looking forward to it. It was rumored that a great sage was about to arrive, and it was very likely that he would bring an extreme Dao ancient imperial weapon. Such a great movement might be caused by an archaic emperor race's expanding ambitions. If they could control eternity, the effects would be far-reaching. There were also some who were worried, feeling that if there were ancient deities in eternity, it was most likely because they were scheming for the ancient imperial weapon, purposely luring the snake out of its hole. In the depths of the star domain, an ancient saint from the archaic fallen Peng race was killed. His head was cut off, and his enormous corpse collapsed, blood gushing everywhere. They had black Peng wings and were humanoid in appearance. With a flap of their wings, even the universe would be torn apart, and the universe would be shattered. But now, they had become holy beasts that were hunted by others, unable to escape death. The ancient races hid in the depths of the starry skies, almost disappearing from the boundless cosmos. They were waiting for the Big Dipper Great Sage to descend, but they were still found. The main reason was because the divine skin with the ancient life tree appeared, making the experts of the Eternal Lord Star unable to sit still. The effects of this were great. At the same time, the Sutua race in the Eternal Star domain was almost wiped out. The archaic Emperor race 9 Phoenix King personally arrived, turning everything within 10,000 li into ashes with a single strike. Unfortunately, this race had long left, only their pure land was destroyed. The Divine Skin Ancient Scroll was entrusted to a few great powers for safekeeping. When the ancient races heard this, they frowned. Not only were the eternal experts hunting them, some of the ancient race experts were also taking the initiative to kill them, wanting to participate and wipe out some inheritances. Luan Feng, Mi Luo, and a few other peerless experts joined hands and entered the depths of the starry skies, attacking the ancient race army. They killed several holy beasts and returned in exchange for that divine skin. When this news got out, it caused a commotion in all directions. Everyone found it hard to calm down. The ancient scroll that recorded the secrets of ancient deities was finally obtained by someone. Many small forces felt regretful that they were not strong enough and could not participate. No, this shouldn't be the Holy Beast's plan, right? It wants to lure the tiger away from the mountain, sending Luan Feng, Mi Luo, and the other peerless experts away, so that the 9 Phoenix King can sweep through our eternal world's great powers and inheritances. In this special period of time, some sensitively raised this question, fearing that a calamity would descend and engulf Eternal Star. Don't worry. The Eternal has the true great sage, The Sutua race won't dare to ally with those holy beasts, or they'll be exterminated. Luan Feng and Mi Luo disappeared, entering the depths of the cosmos. They knew that it didn't matter even if they weren't here. There were even more terrifying people overseeing this place. They knew that this person was plotting something big, most likely wearing the immortal clothes of an ancient deity to take action. Right now he was watching coldly from the sidelines, and if necessary he would carry out a fatal blow. Several days later, Su Tua clan released another piece of news. They had a copy that could still be exchanged for with holy beast blood. Su Tua clan is too greedy, actually selling more than one good. This ancient scroll doesn't have that much value at all. The star domain doesn't even exist anymore, so who would care so much about it? Even though they were criticized, Su Tua clan didn't care. This was their chance to rise up, and this clan believed that the star domain definitely still existed, just that it was hidden. From a certain perspective, that place definitely had tremendous secrets, or else how could it be hidden between heaven and earth like this? Normal people criticized them, not interested, but undying inheritances like Chao family, Blue Sea clan, Origin Demon Seas Mahis family, Unsetting Sun King family, and others all wanted to obtain them. They had the qualifications to explore. If they could truly discover that ancient star, forget about everything else, just the resources, there would be enough for them to flourish for over 10,000 years. The ancient life tree's value was too great, an exceptional immortal medicine. With its existence, there would definitely be ancient deities' inheritances and secrets, a rare immortal land. The great families didn't go hunting holy beasts in outer space, because that would be too great of a loss. Their saints might fall at every turn. They gathered together a few rare treasures and exchanged them with the Su Tua clan, obtaining a copy of the scroll. They also warned the clan not to sell it. The great inheritances attached such importance to it, making the people of the world endlessly bewildered. They paid even more attention to it. Yi Fan was also one of them. He wanted to take action, but he never had the chance. Finally, a disciple from the Swallow Cloud clan leaked out the secret of the copy. He made a copy and secretly auctioned it, exchanging it for holy beast blood. This went against the clan's will. However, that day that auction house was destroyed. Someone powerfully took action, seizing the copy. Then rumors spread everywhere. It was a deity who took action. I've seen that person before. They belong to that organization. Even though they rarely appear, I definitely didn't misjudge them. The same day, another disciple from an ancient family also leaked the core secret for the sake of holy beast blood. He used an ancient scroll rubbing to trade with someone. Yi Fan seized this opportunity. The row word art was unmatched under the heavens, and together with the fact that he could fight ancient saints himself, he rushed over like a streak of golden lightning, seizing the copy. At this point, the ancient star region recorded on the divine skin was no longer a secret. All the great powers took action. Through various channels, many people obtained some benefits. In a short period of time, there was actually a wave of enthusiasm. Even the holy beasts from the outer realm didn't attract much attention. Many mercenaries set out to explore the ancient star region. The eyes of the ancient race and the outer realm sages flickered. They were extremely tempted and wanted to go there to see what was going on. Don't act rashly. Wait until they find the ancient star region before we take action. There's no need to waste energy for nothing. What we can see is the truth. Those rumors are just clouds of the past. The ancient race didn't move. They had received news that a certain ancient imperial family was on the way. A world-shaking great sage was about to arrive with an ancient imperial weapon. As for the outer realm sages, some of them set out and followed the exploration team into the distant starry sky. The situation became more and more confusing, making it difficult for people to come to a conclusion. This is definitely the plot of those holy beasts. They're using a trick to send our eternal experts away. They want to launch a huge attack. That's right, it's a trick of those holy beasts. The number of holy beasts from the outer realm will increase greatly, and they will attack our eternal Lord Star. At some point, such speculations had appeared everywhere. Many people were discussing fervently and clamoring to investigate the Sutua race. Throwing out the divine skin scroll at this time meant that they were definitely colluding with the enemy and betraying the entire star region. Yi Fan seriously pondered for a long time before deciding to set out. No matter what was said, he had enough power to protect himself. Even if there was a great battle, he wouldn't be afraid. What he needed now was to temper himself and reach a higher level, breaking through the shackles of the divine realm. He felt that if he wanted to become a saint, he needed a hot-blooded battle. He needed a baptism of life and death. He needed to find a suitable battlefield. The Eternal Star region wasn't that attractive to him anymore. Right now, he mainly wanted to leave some protection for his disciples and friends like Yi Tong, Little K, Early Tian, and Li Heishui. If he could refine the fifth stage of the evolution fluid, the strength of the celestial court would increase by leaps and bounds. It would allow even those who weren't peerless in their generation to have the possibility of ruling over a region. This was what he wanted to achieve. Once he set foot on the path of the strongest ancient trial, he wouldn't be able to turn back. Enter the Tammuz star region, and find the star where the ancient gods resided. Obtain the ancient tree of life and set sail for our dreams. Warriors, what are you waiting for? Take up your weapons and head into the depths of the universe. Explore the unknown divine lands for our glory and rise. Some mercenary groups were recruiting elites and forming various small teams. They wanted to enter the Tammuz star region as recorded on the Divine Skin Scroll. In the end, Yi Fan set out and joined a mercenary group called Holy Light. He also wanted to use this powerful mercenary group to explore. The starry river was resplendent, and the universe was boundless. A huge mothership rose into the sky, surrounded by a dozen or so battleships. They rushed into a stargate in the outer realm. Darkness descended as they advanced through the passage of nothingness. They traveled continuously according to the coordinates on the Divine Skin Scroll. The entire path was lonely and desolate. At the same time, a huge mothership from the Big Dipper star region crossed the universe and was approaching the Eternal Lord Star. It emitted a terrifying and dignified aura. This was the Big Dipper's reinforcements. An old man had his eyes closed and didn't move. Occasionally, he would open them and release terrifying divine light. We're approaching the Eternal Lord Star region. An ancestral monarch is here to welcome us. The Demon Bull King personally came to welcome them, and was invited into the cabin. He was immediately startled to see a slender and robust ancient prince with blue hair draped over his shoulders. He knew that a great battle was about to break out. Afterward, he paid his respects to the unmoving great sage, and explained the current situation. He only left after a long time. The fire Qilin's hair was scattered behind him. His eyes were like divine lamps, and his body was slender and robust. The ancient sovereign blood in his body rumbled like thunder and shook people's minds. He sat there and glanced at the great sage of his race. The ancient tree of life. Was it arranged by the 9 Phoenix King? The eyes of the great sage of the Fire Qilin cavern were like lightning. He stood in the mothership and stared at the Eternal Lord Star region. I can sense a powerful killing intent. Blood will surely flow like rivers. A world-shaking battle is about to break out. Within the mothership, many experts stood there. All of them were either majestic or extremely capable. This was the allied army of the various races of the supreme ancient immortal realms. They wanted to flatten this star region in one fell swoop. A great calamity was about to begin. After over 10 changes en route, the mothership appeared in the starry space again and again. The Holy Light mercenary group finally arrived at the Tanmao star region after half a month. This was a quiet star region. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had been since anyone had disturbed it. But recently, the peace was broken and it gradually became lively. Many flying ships entered to explore. Everyone wanted to find that ancient planet with life, but after so many days, there were no clues at all. Little brother, you look so young. Why did you come here to take risks? This is a job where you might lose your life at any moment. An old mercenary asked a young man. I like to take risks. Only then will there be a challenge. There's no meaning in a boring and unchanging life that repeats itself. This young man spoke. His smile was very radiant and his teeth were as white as snow. His golden hair was resplendent and gentle. This was none other than the flying ship of Yi Fan's group. It was merely one of the 10 battleships of the Holy Light mercenary group. What's your name? The old mercenary smiled and asked. My name is Dao Yi. The young man smiled radiantly. Oh, what an impressive surname. I remember that 1,000,000 years ago, the god of our eternal Lord Star was named Dao Yen. He was a resplendent and mighty god, an undying legend. The old mercenary sighed. That's right. The young man nodded. Yi Fan sat at the side and listened to their conversation. At the same time, he was staring at the large screen and saw a giant mothership flying through the air. That's a god. The old mercenary's expression changed when he saw the symbol of that mothership. Chapter 1234. It was an especially huge mothership. It was like a meteorite, black and oppressive, suffocating everyone. It was completely black and had the word God on it. It was written in the ancient god language and emitted a strange power. God's arrival made everyone's heart sink. The Holy Light mercenary group members didn't dare to provoke it. They all avoided it and watched it fly past. Tanmao Starfield was vast and boundless. After arriving here, ships could be seen from time to time. However, none of them were as intimidating as God. This organization is strange and unpredictable. It's said that they can reach the end of the ancient universe. There are traces of them in many places. We can't provoke them. The old mercenary Huabai said. God is too strong. Some cultivators say that they aren't from the Eternal Lord planet. They just built a base in our country. Another mercenary said. Dowie didn't speak. He just stared at God's mothership and pondered. Xiao. A resplendent light streaked past. A ship in the distance was shot into pieces. It exploded like fireworks and turned into space dust. Tens of ships rushed past and attacked the fleet ahead. The ships there exploded one after another, and light beams interweaved. Let's go. The Holy Light mercenary group's mothership opened a stargate and brought all the ships to jump through space to leave this place. They didn't want to be involved in this battle. It's the Chao family chasing after the Flame mercenary group. In the universe, when enemies met, there would be no lack of battles. Many large organizations entered this place, and there would be no lack of conflicts. With old and new grudges added together, it could very well be a war. Tanmao Starfield was very vast. The Holy Light mercenary group searched step by step and covered the entire eastern region. However, they didn't find anything. Sai, the ancestors of the Sutua race, descended on that ancient planet. We haven't seen them for 60,000 years. Now that they've found it, it's probably a wasted trip. Otherwise, why would they hand over the scroll? The old mercenary sighed. Many days passed. They used their life sensors to probe but found nothing. If there was an ancient land of life in this star field, it would have reacted long ago. During this period, they only saw universe ships one after another. They were all like them, coming for the ancient tree of life. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I don't think anyone can find that ancient land. Perhaps it's long been buried in the river of history. Many were dejected. Boom. There was a violent explosion, and a mothership was actually sunk. Many experts were killed, and the two opposing factions launched a fierce attack. The Holy Light mercenary group performed another space jump and changed their course. They didn't want to get involved in this dispute, as the Tampa Star region was very dangerous at the moment. This is extremely bad. If this goes on, we might also be attacked by others. It really is strange. Why did that ancient star disappear? Was the Sutua clan lying? The old mercenary said. Yi Fen also expressed some opinions and participated in the discussion. He believed that this ancient star might have been destroyed. Otherwise, why couldn't they find it? The universe was boundless, and those who were strong enough could cut down the stars. After such a long period of time, anything could happen. There is another situation. Back then, Sutua clan's ancestors entered the heaven domain established by deities. Later on, the entrance was sealed so they couldn't find it again. Dowie spoke. He was extremely kind and radiant, loved to smile, making others feel close to him. The heavenly domain established by the ancient deities contained an ancient star. The other mercenaries were shocked. How terrifying of a divine might was this? The dark universe had no beginning or end. Many great powers were scattered throughout the Tampa Star region, and would occasionally meet each other. Everyone was searching with all their might. This was no longer as simple as the prosperity of a clan. but rather something that could make an entire star region prosper. That planet ahead is a bit strange. Descend. The Holy Light Mercenary Group's mothership found a small planet. They sent battleships to land and carefully explore it. This wasn't a small planet. Not even a blade of grass grew on it, and there were craters everywhere. It looked incomparably desolate. The mothership discovered that there was a heavenly crater on it. It was exceptionally deep and looked like a black hole. This attracted their attention. Yi Fan's mothership was assigned to land here and carefully examine it. This heavenly crater is a bit strange. It doesn't look like it was formed by the impact of a meteor. It looks more like it was fought out. The old mercenary Hua Bai was rich in experience and immediately made this judgment. If this was confirmed to be true, it would undoubtedly be an important clue. At the very least, it meant that there had been experts roaming about here before, and living beings had appeared in this star region. The cabin door opened. Yi Fan, Hua Bai, Dao Yi, and a few others walked out one after another. They circled around the heavenly crater and revealed strange expressions. This couldn't have been created by a single punch, right? The diameter of the heavenly crater was several hundred li. It was extremely large, but it wasn't in the shape of a fist. It seemed to have been created by a sharp weapon. Could it be that it was stabbed out with a sword? The old mercenary Hua Bai frowned. It should have been created by a finger. The entrance of this heavenly crater is very similar to the tip of a finger. It looks like it was pierced through by a finger. Dao Yi expressed his opinion. Everyone shivered inwardly. This was at least a saint. What had happened in the past? Did he want to cut open this star? Could it be that there are divine ores here? Did an ancient saint descend here to excavate this star? Someone's eyes were burning with passion. He felt that this was quite possible. On the Eternal Lord Star, there would be many exploration ships entering the starry sky every year to carry out missions to search for divine ores. It was unknown how many stars had been destroyed. That's not the case. Dao Yi shook his head. He flew into the air, his golden hair shining brilliantly. He gestured with his hand. One finger pointed towards the heavenly crater, while the other pointed towards the starry sky. The old mercenary Hua Bai's expression changed. The others didn't understand. Yi Fan nodded. He had long since seen through the truth. The person who could release this finger was extremely terrifying. He was definitely a matchless character. This was a finger that came from the depths of the starry sky. To be more precise, this finger was only the aftermath and wasn't specifically aimed at this place. It was unintentionally created during a battle by an exceptional expert. After Dao Yi finished his explanation, apart from Yi Fan and the old mercenary, everyone else's faces became snow-white. How terrifying of a character was this? This discovery was reported. The higher-ups of the Holy Light Mercenary Group were shocked. They searched along the path of the finger radiance and discovered a large group of meteors. This should be a star that had been pierced through by a finger and shattered here. Everyone was shocked. In the ancient times, there were peerless characters who fought fiercely here. The terrifying consequences of a single finger made everyone tremble in fear. Now they could already confirm that Tan Mao star domain had creatures in the past. That ancient star might have been destroyed because of this. Perhaps it was because of this meteor belt. A black cosmos mothership sailed over, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Compared to the other spaceships, it was like a high and mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex. A few major powers saw this and all retreated to make way for it. They were afraid of enraging it. This was an organization known as God. What did you discover? A hoarse voice asked. It came from that black divine ship. The Holy Light Mercenary Group couldn't afford to offend God, so they told him the truth. The black mothership was silent for a while. Then two figures flew out and carefully explored the area. The huge black ship stopped here and attracted the attention of other major powers. Some spaceships gathered and observed from a distance. In the end, an important member of God's organization appeared. He wore a mask on which the word God was engraved. He stood in the void. He took out a sparkling and translucent white mirror and channeled a great amount of magic power to illuminate the star region in an instant. It's actually a mirror of the past. The old mercenary Hua Bai exclaimed in a low voice. He said that this mirror could replay some events that had happened in the past. Even saints couldn't obtain such a treasure. The surface of the mirror was smooth and pure white. A group of hazy images appeared and gradually became clearer. Yifan was astonished. He had seen similar mirrors before. Duanda had one, and it was regarded as a treasure by him. It was said that this was polished from the frontal bone left behind by the great sage after he had transformed into the Tao. Those who had transformed into the Tao would occasionally leave behind true bones, and the frontal bone was where the immortal platform was located. It represented wisdom and was extremely precious. This mirror could be refined into a supreme treasure, and could be traced back to the past. Heavens! Cries of alarm rang out. Be it the Holy Light mercenary group or the other major powers, they were all stunned as if they had seen a ghost. The images in the transparent bone mirror gradually became clear. People discovered a finger pointing over. It was incomparably huge and shattered a star in an instant. The aftermath of the finger radiance rushed into the distance. Many people suspected that the shattered star was the ancient star with life in the past. But as the images continued to appear, they quickly overturned this idea. An imposing figure rushed out from the shattered star. The shattered star turned into a group of meteorites. The person who rushed out also rapidly enlarged and slammed his palm into the distance. This was clearly a great battle. The images were cut off, and people couldn't see the result. The people fighting are too powerful. Even the past mirror can't restore that battle. The images flashed and the last shocking scene appeared. The past mirror completely dimmed. What kind of powerful existence is this? Everyone was astonished. The last scene was too unimaginable. A huge palm had enveloped a huge ancient star full of life energy, and dragged it into the depths of the universe. This is too inconceivable. People were tongue-tied and speechless. The Sutra clan hadn't lied. There had indeed been a source of life here in the past. The reason it had disappeared was because it had been moved away by a huge hand. Chase. This hand has disappeared into the star field ahead. It has long since left the Tanmao star field. Is it good to chase like this? What if we encounter a peerless expert? So many years have passed. What kind of peerless character is there? I believe that even if that hand belonged to a god, it has long since passed away. Everyone was excited. When they thought of the ancient tree of life, the light in their eyes became fervent. An enormous black ancient ship moved through the sky. God's organization was the first to rush out, rushing towards the unknown star field to explore. Blazing light, destructive power, tens of thousands of Tao laws were released to their heart's content. This was a great battle that could destroy a star field. In the eternal star field, a world-shaking battle was underway. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage had descended with an extreme ancient imperial weapon, ruling over the world. In this star field, many ancestral kings had descended. They wanted to wipe out this ancient star with life and seize everything. The Eternal Lord Star also flew high into the sky. Many experts had piloted mechas, rushing into outer space to participate in this great battle. This was a bloody battle. It was a crazy slaughter, and the scene was grand. The starry sky beyond the heavens was shattered, and a few saints were bleeding and dying. Make your move, the Fire Qilin said. He appeared in the ice-cold cosmos, his thick blue hair scattered behind him as he stood beside an elder. A wave of heaven overflowing divine might surged, rising and falling like a vast ocean, vast and boundless. Then the fluctuations became more and more terrifying, causing some stars to sway and engulf this star field. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage had a terrifying ancient imperial weapon. Now that the weapon was reviving, he was about to release an extreme immortal might. At the same time, the Eternal Lord Star released a similarly powerful fluctuation. It was as if a hibernating war immortal had awakened. Divine multicolored light rushed into the heavens, directly attacking into outer space, opposing each other with equal harshness. Chapter 1235. The battle was so bitter that even the starry skies were covered in blood. The fall of a saint would be accompanied by the burning of meteorites, turning them into cosmic dust. Boom. The extreme divine might erupted. The great sage of the Fire Qilin Cave opened his eyes, and the universe was torn apart. Two bolts of lightning shot out. In his hand was a brilliant weapon. It was blue and sparkling, beautiful and dazzling. The ancient imperial might was boiling. This was the famous Qilin staff. It was forged from eternal blue gold and was dazzling. At the end of the staff was a vivid Qilin head. It emitted an earth-shattering imperial might as if the supreme being of the past had come back to life. The great sage of the fire Qilin cave waved it forward and attacked the eternal Lord Star in front of the star domain. He wanted to split this source of life in one strike. The brilliant blue light poured down like a river of stars. It was vast and boundless as it engulfed everything. The spaceships were smashed into pieces, unable to withstand a single blow. A cold snort was heard. The blazing light cut through the blue light and went against the imperial might. It arrived with extreme speed and actually struck the Qilin staff. The battle of the extreme Tao unfolded. The eternal immortal robe of the eternal Lord Star appeared. The battle armor of the ancient deities was worn by someone to fight against the great sage of the fire Qilin cave. That's the immortal robe of the Tao evolution god. It's divine and transcendent. It can sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Cries of alarm came from all over the eternal Lord Star. This battle robe had been lost for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Everyone was searching for it. Who would have thought that it would appear today? This was an intense collision. Both sides fought until the sun and moon lost their light and the river of stars dimmed. All the ancient saints fled for their lives to avoid the aftermath. Otherwise, everything would have been wiped out. The aftermath of the extreme divine might would have destroyed everything. The great sage of the fire Qilin cave didn't have the upper hand even with the Qilin staff. The Tao evolution god robe was both offensive and defensive. That person was also the great sage and posed a great threat to him. The two tore apart the universe and circulated their immortal might to fight into the depths of the starry sky. Planets were constantly being cut open. The battle was so intense that it made people tremble. Kill. The Big Dipper ancestral king and the eternal saint also started a world-shaking battle. The battle scene was magnificent and soul-stirring. Kill all the holy beasts. Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. The people of the eternal Lord planet roared. They went deep into the star domain. Stars shone one after another. These were all powerful war tools that had been deployed for many years. Now they were put to use. The planets surrounding eternity were all war fortresses, defensive island chains laid down tens of thousands of years ago, equipped with offensive capabilities. This was an extreme weapon that combined Tao patterns and technology. Now, it was like a primordial ferocious beast that opened its malevolent eyes and emitted boundless killing intent. Ah, an ancient king coughed out blood. Half of his body was pierced through and dripping with blood. He was seriously injured and flew outwards. Great Tao weapons and scientific martial arts swept out together. This was a blood-soaked stellar domain. An unprecedented slaughter and collision unfolded. Blood flowed, the battle continued, and the planet burned. Pooh. Half of the other ancestral king's head was smashed apart. Bright red blood and white brain matter splashed out. His remaining eye revealed a deathly gray color, filled with unwillingness. Tens of thousands of stars shot out destructive light. This place was twisted into a land of death by the beams of light. Of course, the eternal star domain's losses were also great. Even though this was their main battlefield and they had laid down great Tao killing formations one after another, as well as many scientific martial weapons, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. The Big Dipper ancestral king was too powerful. Moreover, it wasn't just a few people, but all the races working together. Their battle prowess was terrifying. Planet after planet was hacked apart by the ancient saints. The deployed Tao marks were destroyed, the weapons destroyed. As for those experts wearing mechas, many of them were torn apart, their blood dyeing the void. This was a bitter battle. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The ancestral kings were saint-level experts, and the death of any one of them was a nightmare for their race. They couldn't afford such losses. The eternal star domain's war fortifications were the result of many years of hard work. Tens of thousands of stars were built into fortresses that were scattered throughout this vast star domain. This level of battle was the largest in 50,000 years. This was a great collision between star domains. Roar! The old saint of the Herculean bull demon race fought until he went crazy. He used his Dharma ability and instantly became hundreds of thousands of meters tall. He turned into a black bull that stepped on the stars, his horns holding the sun and moon as he charged through the universe. His divine might was terrifying. Every time he charged, he would crush small planets one after another, destroying many of the war fortifications. There were a few times when he charged into the larger planets and entered the depths of the earth. Then, with a violent struggle, the entire planet would split into pieces. It looked like a heaven-splitting beast had hatched from a giant egg. It was shocking to the world. This was a sensational battle. The ancient king race's expert was even more powerful. With a sweep of his gaze, many universe ships were destroyed. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed war fortresses one after another. This race was known as the top 10 ancient king races, and it wasn't without reason. He opened his mouth and swallowed a few small planets, scaring the people of the Eternal Lord planet into trembling. These holy beasts are too ferocious. Activate all defenses. We must stop them. The experts of the Eternal Star Domain shouted. This was a calamity. The holy beasts from the outer realms were unprecedentedly powerful. With so many of them descending at the same time, it could be said to be a great disaster. In terms of individual combat power, they were inferior to the ancient king races. In terms of the number of saint-level experts, they couldn't compare. The Eternal Lord planet could rely on the war fortifications that had been perfected for thousands of years to turn this star domain into a terrifying killing field. Without these planets full of destructive power, the gate of the Eternal Lord planet would have been broken, and the disaster would have befallen. An ancestor of the demonic Sound clan relied on his excellent body techniques to fly up into the sky and enter the sun and moon. He wanted to hide and enter the Eternal Gate, but he was hit by 18 divine lights at the same time. His body and soul were destroyed. The ancient king race's heart sank. It wasn't that their combat power was lacking, but that this sky domain was too terrifying. The arrangements of the Eternal Lord planet were displayed to the fullest at this moment. Even saint-level experts had fallen. The ancient race finally knew why the people of the Eternal Lord planet hadn't attacked previously. They had been waiting for today's opportunity. In order to deal with the stronger reinforcements, exposing these war fortifications too early was not worth it. They've been waiting patiently for our army to arrive. Only now are they revealing their fangs. They want to injure us severely. But with just these great Dao runes and saint-level weapons, they can't stop us. They're dreaming if they want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Kill them all. As long as we can get through, this ancient planet will be finished. The ancient race rushed forward with cold eyes. They mercilessly slashed at the planets. Blood and destructive light danced at the same time. The intensity and tragedy of this battle exceeded everyone's imagination. Neither side seemed to realize that the other was so strong. Boom. An intense tremor sounded. Large amounts of bloody light shot out. The meteors in front of them all exploded. The steel war fortresses and other things turned into scrap metal. Phoenix cries shook heaven and earth. Scarlet multicolored light and divine patterns filled the sky. The 9 Phoenix King appeared. He was like a divine phoenix born from flames. His hair danced about, and his eyes released cold lightning. With a raise of his hand, he swept through many defensive fortifications. He broke through. Could it be that the 9 Phoenix King broke through to the great sage realm? Someone from the ancient race cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but look over and see his incomparable combat strength. With a phoenix cry, the 9 Phoenix King released blood-colored divine chains of order. They were like the feathers of an immortal phoenix. His divine might overflowed into the heavens. With a single step, he reached 100,000 meters. With a punch, it was as if a phoenix had spread its wings. An enormous flaming bird appeared on his back and entered the battlefield. A miserable cry rang out. An incomparably enormous planet was melted by him. It turned into magma, and then it turned into cosmic ashes. 2 powerful figures rushed out. Their bodies were covered in flames, and even the primordial spirits in their foreheads were burning. Miserable cries tore through their hearts. These were 2 ancient saints. They howled in grief as they struggled. They didn't have any hope of living at all. Their auras quickly weakened, and they turned into 2 charred corpses. Their divine senses were completely destroyed. The number of eternal saints couldn't be compared to that of the Big Dipper. Every single ancient saint was an old ancestor, and for a great clan, they were extremely important. Right now 2 of them died at once. This was naturally a great loss. The 2 great clans roared angrily. Their eyes were all red. Did the 9 Phoenix King become the great sage? He shouldn't have. He still hasn't broken through his shackles. The ancient race's people were shocked as well. An expert at the level of the 9 Phoenix King was too useful on the battlefield. His combat strength was heaven-reaching, and he could sweep through an entire region. This type of unmatched aura was even more fatal. It made the enemy tremble in fear. Kill. This battle will wipe out the eternal saints. We will fully descend and control this star. The 9 Phoenix King said. He rushed at the front like a scarlet arrow that overflowed the heavens. He carried the power to engulf the world as he swept through the stars. Kill. The destruction of the eternal Lord Star is imminent. Attack with everything you have. Many ancient kings responded. They followed behind him, and slaughtered their way forward like a flood. The 9 Phoenix King was the future lord of the Blood Phoenix Mountain. His methods were heaven-reaching, and he slaughtered until one's scalp went numb. No one could stop his footsteps. Apart from this, the Fire Qilin Cave's Qilin Heavenly King had also come. He was equally as famous as the 9 Phoenix King, and he also unleashed a great slaughter. He swept forward as if there was no one stopping him. The Eternal Lord Star's various defensive structures were continuously torn apart. The losses were disastrous, and blood dyed the cosmos red. The Eternal Lord Star also had experts of this level, but they were outnumbered. In terms of the number of ancient saints, they couldn't compare. This group of holy beasts is too savage. With so many people descending together, we really can't stop them. What should we do? The people of the Eternal Lord Star watched the battle through the large screen, and all of them were shaken. Blood gushed out. War planets exploded one after another. This made their hearts go cold. The original plan was to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, using the endless defensive structures to slaughter them. But now, a few figures who are about to become the great sage's arrows have appeared. They have broken through the layers of defenses, and all of our efforts have been for naught. Where are Luanfeng, Miluo, and the other peerless experts? If they were there to stop them, the 9 Phoenix King, Qilin Heavenly King, and the others would definitely stop. It definitely wouldn't be like this. The Sutua clan. They must have colluded with the outer region's holy beasts. They used the divine skin ancient diagram at this time to send away some of the peak figures of the Eternal Lord Star, leading to this result. I've already heard that this might be done under the orders of the 9 Phoenix King. The people of the Eternal Lord Star were terrified. The Holy Beast army had arrived. There weren't many of them, but every single one of them was an ancient saint. This was a great calamity. In the outer region's battlefield, the people of the Eternal Lord Star continuously retreated. They couldn't hold on at all, and quickly retreated. Could it be that the heavens want to destroy my eternal kingdom? The mortals who were waiting in their homes and watching the battle through the large screens were incomparably terrified. Their faces all turned pale, feeling as if doomsday had arrived. Damn Tanmao Starfield, why did the ancient Tree of Life appear at this time? Is our Eternal Lord Starfield going to be finished? Sorrowful cries rang out everywhere. In the depths of the cosmos, extreme Tao immortal might spread out. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage held the Qilin staff in hand as he fought against his opponent. They destroyed many ancient stars. The starry rivers grew dim, and it was hard to determine victory or defeat. This was a confrontation of extreme Taos. A great battle between 2 ancient emperor-level supreme beings that transcended space and time. In the cosmos, the Fire Qilin's blue hair scattered behind him. He stood in the void, his expression incomparably cold as he stared at the Eternal Lord Star. Seeing that he was about to slaughter his way in, he revealed a cold smile. At the same time, in the distant Tanmao Starfield, Dowie also turned his head. It was as if he wanted to look through the void of the cosmos, through the starry rivers, and into the Eternal Lord Star Field. Chapter 1236. Xiao. A majestic star was sliced in half. The Qilin staff was comparable to a heavenly sword, possessing exceptional sharpness. With a light slash, even a massive star would be destroyed. It was sparkling blue, beautiful to the point of dazzling. It represented unmatched power, the divine staff of an ancient emperor. It could defeat immortals and kill saints, its brilliance dazzling past and present. Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yanqi attacked fiercely with it. Large amounts of meteorites were swept into dust. There wasn't much in the cosmos that could stop it, not even stellar rivers. However, even after such a long time had passed, he still couldn't take down his opponent. This was also a great sage. His magical force was profound, able to look down on all creatures. He was definitely a formidable opponent. Thunder rumbled through the cosmos. The other party attacked again. A simple fist was calm and peaceful, containing the might of the heavenly Tao. It possessed a type of mountain-devouring might. The immortal clothes left behind by ancient deities weren't large mechas, but rather clothes-fitting. It was quite similar to the Big Dipper battle clothes, engraved with the imperial Tao of heaven and earth. This person wore precious clothes, his methods heaven-defying, and his offensive power was unmatched. Each time he attacked, great waves would sweep out for 10,000 li. This fist could instantly shatter a planet. Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yanqi frowned. According to what he knew, the people of the everlasting star domain relied on external artifacts, unable to comprehend natural luck themselves. However, why was this person so subversive? He could see that the other party's offensive power was extremely terrifying, and his understanding of the great Tao had reached a rarely seen level. This was a lonely person who couldn't find a worthy opponent. Yanqi was someone with a special identity. He wasn't a cultivator from the archaic era, but rather from an even more ancient era. He was a giant during Fire Qilin Cave's resurgence, sealed within the divine source, only awakening in this world. He held the Qilin staff in hand. His entire body dyed in a sparkling blue color. Killing intent engulfed the heavens, making the sun, moon, and stars lose color. His battle intent surged. He brandished the scepter, releasing an unmatched wondrous technique. A Qilin image appeared, one that was millions and millions of zhang in height, devouring heaven and earth as it covered the other party. Large amounts of falling stars appeared, falling into the distance. They were all created by this strike. The starry skies trembled. However, the eternal great sage remained fearless. Under the pressure of the Qilin statue, he let out a light shout, and the light between his eyebrows surged into the sky, borrowing the divine battle armor to resist this attack. Raging immortal flames burned. The eternal great sage's entire body was covered in golden multicolored light, making the star domain tremble. His immortal clothes were humming softly. Many Tao patterns appeared behind him, condensing into dozens of golden war swords, hacking forward together. Within the brilliant immortal light, the Qilin was cut down. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yanqi retreated, his chest rising and falling. He had suffered a certain amount of damage. He stared fixedly at his opponent. Golden light flowed. The great sage of the eternal star domain wore a golden divine robe, and his body was covered in sparkling light. This was a set of armor forged from Tao Tribulation gold, and it would be difficult to find a second set in the world. Immortal Tears green gold, eternal blue gold, Tao Calamity gold, and so on. Every kind of divine gold was extremely rare. Even ancient emperors might not necessarily have a hard time obtaining them. The material of this immortal robe was pure, and its entire body was golden and translucent. It was dazzling, making its owner look like a god of war. Obviously, this person was very old. His gray hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep. He didn't seem to belong to this era. This was an armor left behind by the Tao evolution god from 1,000,000 years ago. It had been lost for who knew how many tens of thousands of years, and even the people of the Eternal Lord planet couldn't find its whereabouts. But today it appeared in the world. The battle began once again. The great sage Yanqi was valiant. The Qilin scepter in his hand danced up and down, drawing out rays of immortal light that caused the universe to rumble. It could easily cut off galaxies. However, the eternal star domain's great sage wore the Tao evolution god robe, and his magical power was unparalleled. He pressed forward inch by inch, incomparably powerful. Boom! Behind him, golden swords danced in the air. Dozens of swords moved, slicing through the planets in front of them one after another. Even Yanqi had no choice but to dodge. The fire-Qilin Cave's great sage frowned. The more he fought, the more apprehensive he became. The other party was not weaker than him, and it was extremely difficult to determine victory and defeat. You are not a cultivator of the eternal star domain. They don't pay attention to the treasures in their bodies and rely on external objects, but your strength is at the top, said the great sage Yanqi, staring into his eyes. Who said that refining weapons can't reach the peak? There are countless Dao methods in the world. Some people can obtain Dao through painting, so why can't they use external weapons to resound to the 9 heavens? Yanqi's heart trembled when he heard this. This was definitely a character that couldn't be provoked. He had touched upon his own path, and was using external weapons to prove himself. Gradually, the two of them were almost exhausted. The ancient imperial weapon was so terrifying that it could suck the great sage dry and turn him into a skeleton. After a long time, they couldn't hold on any longer, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Great sage, please return quickly. The Eternal Lord planet can't be defended for much longer. A calamity is coming, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. A weak wail came from the starry sky. The expression of the great sage on the Eternal Lord planet changed. His gray hair danced in the wind as he turned to leave, tearing apart the universe and rushing back. Where do you think you're going? The great sage Yanqi of the fire-Qilin Cave tried to stop him. The Qilin staff in his hand, which was as clear as a blue diamond, cut through the void and struck out horizontally, wanting to entangle him. Flames of the way surged, and golden flames soared. The divine robe of evolution shone with hundreds of millions of rays, shining like a god. He struck backwards and sped up into the distance. However, the giant Qilin that flew out of the Qilin staff almost killed him, causing more than a dozen streaks of blood to flow out of his mouth. Yanqi laughed and said, "You can't leave unless you pay the corresponding price. Otherwise, you can only watch as the Eternal Lord planet is destroyed." One chased and the other fled, and the battle continued. Blue and golden light burst out from time to time between the two of them, destroying galaxies at every turn. If anyone else was here, they would definitely be covered in cold sweat. In the Eternal Star Domain, the battle had reached its final stage. Spaceships exploded one after another, and small planets were set ablaze. The entire star domain was in flames as if the end of the world had come. Miserable screams rose and fell. That was the aftermath of the collapse of the divine sense. It spread in all directions, and the cultivators of the Eternal Lord planet were forced to retreat, unable to resist the ancients. Under the leadership of the 9 Phoenix King and the Qilin Heavenly King, the ancients advanced bravely. They were unstoppable, cutting down the war fortifications that could harm saints and advancing quickly. A saint of the Chao family was killed by the old saint of the Herculean bull demon clan with his horn. He died in the starry sky. Does the heavens want us to die in the Eternal Lord planet? For so many years, we've gone on expeditions and reigned supreme in the sea of stars. In the end, we've provoked so many saint beasts. There were too many saints in the Big Dipper, and the people of the Eternal Lord planet were in despair. In this direction alone, there were more than a dozen ancient saints, each of them extremely powerful. They had no choice but to rush toward the Eternal Lord planet. They couldn't fight in the starry sky anymore, and most of the fortifications had been destroyed. Gods were born 1,000,000 years ago, and hundreds of thousands of years of glory. Is the bright eternal civilization coming to an end today? Even the saints were in despair. In the Eternal Star Domain, be it cultivators or mortals who watched the battle through the screen, they all felt a chill from head to toe. They had been defeated in this battle. The bloody truth was that the ending had been decided, and the curtains were about to fall. The heavens are so unfair, allowing us to prosper for eternity until now. Why are they suddenly going to be destroyed? Why are there so many saint beasts? This doesn't make sense. How can the Big Dipper ancient star be so terrifying? People cried out in grief. They couldn't accept this reality. They had been defeated, and the main force had retreated. Perhaps they were going to be wiped out. The Eternal Lord planet was gloomy, and mournful cries could be heard everywhere. Even the saints had been defeated. Where could they go? Their lives might all end today. Roar! Suddenly a long roar rang out. The radiance of the Tao Tribulation's golden immortal clothes illuminated the entire cosmos. The great sage of the Eternal Lord planet tore open the star domain and rushed back. Retreat quickly. The 9 Phoenix King's expression changed. He was just a bit away from becoming the great sage. His divine sense was sharp, and he tore open the sky as he quickly fled with the saint beside him. The others also felt that the situation was far from good, and they all fled. The extreme Tao's immortal might pressed over through the vast expanse of stars, making their bodies feel like they were going to split apart. The whistling of the divine sense shook the universe. In the end, there were 3 saints who were a step too slow. As soon as they stepped into the realm gate, they were swept by the golden immortal light. They didn't even have the chance to groan before turning into a bloody mist. The Eternal Lord planet's great sage had returned, but he paid a great price. He coughed up blood, and the golden Tao evolution divine clothes were dyed red. Leave the divine clothes behind. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yin Qi chased after him. He raised the blue divine staff and hacked forward. Golden light flashed, and the Tao evolution divine clothes protected its master. It pierced through the heaven and earth and flew towards the giant star ahead. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll destroy this ancient star with life. Yin Qi said coldly as he raised the blue divine staff high up. The evolution fluid wasn't that important now. If they could obtain the ancient god's precious clothes, when the ancient prince was strong enough, they could refine it and take it for themselves. Who could compare to the Fire Qilin Cave's foundation? They would definitely be invincible. The Eternal Lord planet was filled with mournful cries. People ran in all directions, and many stargates appeared. Many major powers wanted to leave their homes and cross the universe. Living was better than dying. With the extreme Tao ancient imperial weapon here, who can leave? Yin Qi said coldly. He slowly pressed down the Qilin staff, and the imperial might surged, engulfing the ancient star. But at this time, propitious Qi surged and revolved around the ancient star. It protected the place and didn't allow the imperial might to descend. Yin Qi was shocked. He pressed down on the Qilin staff. He originally wanted to cut open a continent on this star, but he was stopped by a terrifying force. Ancient imperial great path. He couldn't help but change his expression. He thought of some things, and his expression flickered. In the end, he silently put away the Qilin staff. What's going on? Some saints didn't understand, and went forward to ask. A star that gave birth to an ancient emperor has their great path imprinted on it. If you want to destroy it, you will suffer a certain backlash, Yin Qi said with a frown. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. Was it activated by that great sage who wore Tao Tribulation golden clothes? Yin Qi nodded and said, it was him. This ancient star is extremely unordinary and shocking. From past until now, there have been at least 2 ancient emperor-level figures who have received the protection of 2 types of great Taos. How could it be like this? Are we just going to let this go like this? The other ancient races were impatient. They wanted to obtain the evolution liquid and other secrets of the Eternal Lord planet. I've long had enough of them, actually calling us holy beasts. I really want to immediately rush in and unleash a great slaughter, wipe them all out. An ancient king with black pung wings on his back said. After Yin Qi seriously thought for a bit, he said, don't act rashly, wait a bit first. This place has produced 2 supreme beings, so we cannot rashly enter. There will most likely be a murderous disaster. I hope that there is a descendant of a deity who will stay behind and fight with me. Fire Qilin spoke. His body was tall and sturdy, eyes like lightning as he stared at the Eternal Lord planet. On the great earth, all of the great clans became silent. Right now, the great Tao sealed the heavens, not even the star gates able to open, unable to leave. Interrogate the Sutua clan strictly. We have to get to the bottom of this. Correct, the Sutua clan has misunderstood the entire ancient star. They definitely colluded with those holy beasts, producing a divine skin that caused Luan Feng and Mi Luo's exceptional experts to leave. Otherwise, they might not have lost this battle. Quite a few people were shouting, suggesting that all of the Sutua clan's people should be immediately captured. Tan Mao Star domain was already cold and cheerless at this time. Everyone went on their way, heading towards an even further star domain to explore that ancient land of life. Found it, there really is a life ancient star. 2 days later, a mercenary group's expert cried out in joy. They weren't the only ones who discovered it. Many people also sensed the fluctuations unique to life stars. Motherships rushed over one after another. Apart from the Chow family, Unsetting Sun King family, Blue Sea clan, Buddhist clan, and other undying inheritances, the Sacred Light mercenary group was naturally among them as well, hurrying to this brand new star domain. There really is a life star. This is a miracle. Everyone cheered. After going through so many hardships, they had finally found it in the entire star domain. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the spaceship. As they approached the ancient star, he instantly opened his eyes, and an indescribable, inauspicious shadow appeared in his heart. The old mercenary Hua Bai seemed to have sensed something. He stood up in the cabin and mumbled to himself, "Why do I feel like a catastrophe is coming, like I'm in the middle of a killing field? Old Hua, you're having a hallucination again. We've finally found this life ancient star, and we'll most likely see the legendary life tree. What are you daydreaming about?" The other mercenaries teased him. I Old Hua don't have many skills, but my prediction of life and death can be considered the best in the mercenary world. Otherwise, how could I still survive when all my peers have died? Hua Bai said. Uncle Hua, you're right. Some people are born with a terrifying instinct. If you feel it, you should leave quickly, Daoyi said. Along the way, he had been easygoing and amiable with a smile as dazzling as his golden hair. However, at this moment he looked solemn. Then he turned around to look at the deep area of the star domain. It was the coordinates of the Eternal Lord Star. As if he wanted to see through something. Chapter 1237. The gods had taken the lead and named this ancient land of life the fifth divine planet. This made people wonder if there was a special meaning behind it. Could it be that there were 4 other ancient planets? None of the major powers retreated. All of them rushed forward. The journey from Tanmao star region to the fifth divine planet was long and many people had died along the way. Now that they were about to see the tree of life, who would give up? This planet isn't big. It seems to be about to wither up. The life fluctuations are very weak. Even after approaching, the ripples on the life detector were very faint. This made people somewhat disappointed. This wasn't a huge planet. It's shrouded in leaden clouds, blocking our line of sight. It's difficult to scan the scenery on the ground. Everyone was astonished. How could ordinary clouds obstruct the exploration of the cosmic mothership? However, this dark gray mist cut off all kinds of senses. The planet was really small, of course, compared to the Eternal Lord planet. Yi Fan stared at the large screen and looked at the various scan data. He learned that this planet was similar in size to Earth, but its life aura was very weak. The dusky mist shrouded the planet, making the place look bleak. No one knew what the situation on the ground was like. Descend and prepare for battle. The first cosmic mothership rushed into the mist and landed on the ground, drawing out a silver-gray luster. The other organizations saw this and followed suit. Very soon people cried out in surprise. Their disappointment was greater than their joy. This was a gloomy planet. There were high hills, huge mountains, ravines, and other places. Withered trees had taken root and stretched towards the sky. There was almost no greenery, and there were withered plants everywhere. It was as if it had suffered a calamity, and the entire planet had lost its vitality. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. In that instant, he had the illusion that this ancient planet used to be very big. However, it had withered, causing it to become smaller and smaller. It was a bit like Earth. This is a planet approaching the end of its life. The last vitality should have disappeared in the past few thousand years, the old mercenary Hua Bai said. The lakes on the ground had all dried up. Many majestic mountains were no longer magnificent and lifeless. Old trees had lost all their leaves and were about to fall at any time. There were also many cliff scars of broken waterfalls. This was disappointing. When a place of life was approaching its end, what kind of divine tree could there be? It had most likely been taken away. Look, there's some green life there. Inside Yi Fan's battleship, a mercenary stared at a cliff on the screen. The life force there was very weak, and a green light flickered. The flying ship drew a beautiful trajectory and descended from the sky. The old trees and vines on the cliff were all tangled up and withered. Amidst the yellow grass, there was a medicinal plant with a dozen or so green leaves, releasing the last of its spiritual energy. The cabin door opened, and everyone walked out. An old herb that's half the height of a person. This is a jade unicorn orchid. To be able to grow to such an extent, it must be at least 50,000 years old. It's a young king herb. Everyone sighed in amazement. This was a precious medicine, but unfortunately, the world changed and it also declined. It relied on its original spiritual essence to support itself until now, but now, its value was completely lost. The old mercenary Huabai dug up the ground and found the dried-up dragon vein. He nodded. Old Yao had relied on this to survive. What a pity. We finally found a life star. But it was a wasted trip. The other mercenaries were dispirited. In the distance, a spaceship streaked past and rushed in another direction. There seemed to be a new discovery there. They also went on their way. Someone found a giant tablet and broke a restriction. Then an ancient building complex appeared. Soon after, people took action. Many abandoned cities appeared from the seal and towered on the ground. There really are traces of life. There used to be a group of natives here, but I don't know where they are now. People rushed into the city and searched the buildings. Unfortunately, the useless items were mostly left behind by mortals. The cultivators of this star moved most of their sex away. That's why it's difficult to find their inheritance. This was because on those majestic mountains and the extraordinary valleys, there were clearly many traces of buildings that had been uprooted from the ground. The entire clan migrated. Where did they go? It should be something that happened in the last 10,000 years. This planet still has slight life fluctuations. There should still be a part of the dragon vein underground that hasn't withered. Not long after, a violent explosion came from the distance. A mothership was sunk, emitting a glaring light. Many spaceships rushed over. I found a majestic altar with a sprout of the tree of life enshrined on it. It's surging with essence energy. The Sacred Light mercenary group summoned their mercenaries and gathered there. They wanted to get a share of the delicious soup. Yi Fan, Huabai Dao-yi and the others rushed over. This was discovered by the Brahmin race. They opened a sealing scroll and revealed an altar the size of a small mountain. It was made of black crystals and was of a grand scale. There were many sacrificial items at the center of the altar, such as a few lustrous white holy bones, some dried bloodstains, and scattered artifacts. The most eye-catching item was a jade plate at the center. It was high up in the sky and emitted an astonishing aura of life. There was a foot-long tender branch on the pure white jade plate. There were a dozen or so green sparkling tender eyes on it. Essence energy lingered around them, but it was sealed by the jade plate and couldn't leak out. The ancient tree of life. The people who rushed over cried out in surprise. The battle just now had started because of this. This is the ancient tree of life's most tender divine sprout. It's its essence. Some people rushed forward and found that the holy bones on the altar, the dried blood trough, and the other artifacts were all emitting light and sweeping them away. There are powerful restrictions on the altar. We can't attack it by force. Be careful. People from all sides attacked together, wanting to destroy the ancient altar. The tree of life's tender branch had appeared. This was definitely a divine-grade precious medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It also contained great Tao fragments. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't rush forward rashly and watched from afar. The old mercenary Hua Bai was also muttering to himself as he stood behind the crowd. God's organization had arrived. The black mothership covered the sky and covered the earth. It shot down a beam of blinding light and destroyed a part of the restrictions. The tree of life. Heavens, we really found this immortal medicine. Suddenly, cries of alarm came from the distance. The mothership was fighting, and experts were flying through the air. They clashed fiercely and all disappeared into a mountain ridge. Boom. At the same time, smoke and dust rushed into the sky from the altar. Everyone attacked together, and in the chaos, someone snatched away the tree of life's tender branch. In the depths of the mountain range 100 li away, multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Auspicious colors flourished and could be seen even from far away. Many people turned around and rushed over. Compared to the true ancient tree of life, a small tender branch was nothing. In a short 100 li, many people shed blood. In order to reduce the number of competitors, they plotted against each other. Even God's organization was secretly attacked, and a piece of the cosmic mothership was damaged. People rushed into the mountain range amidst the chaos, leaving behind many corpses and bloodstains. The value of an immortal tree could even move great emperors, let alone these people. Ah! Miserable cries sounded one after another. Tens to hundreds of people lost their lives, but they couldn't get close to the wondrous tree. There was a terrifying formation here. The majestic mountain range and magnificent peaks should have been a treasured land containing immortal energy. It had the aura of ascending immortals and emperors, but now, it was all dried up. There were many old trees, and they were all dried up. Most of them had fallen onto the ground, and they would immediately break when stepped on. In the depths of this mountain range, green multicolored light surged. An immortal tree took root in the heart of the forest. The other plants there had all withered, and the spring water had lost its spiritual essence. Only a meter-tall ancient tree by the pond was still releasing spiritual essence. For a tree, it really was quite short, the tallest being no more than 1.2 meters. However, the trunk was upright and strong, and there were cracks on its old bark. It was as if a horned dragon was hibernating here. The leaves on its surface flickered with green multicolored light, dancing about like immortal rainbows. The mist of light was hazy, and it looked incomparably wondrous, making people feel close to it. Meanwhile, Tao sounds were rumbling in this place, surrounding the ancient tree. It was as if the primordial sound of heaven and earth being split apart was being released. It really is the ancient tree of life. Who would have thought? It was actually left behind. Everyone was moved, and quite a few people couldn't help but roar towards the sky. This was simply a heavenly divine opportunity, an unimaginably great natural luck. There were many corpses on the ground, and there were even large amounts of blood. It was clear that a struggle had just happened. No one could get close, and they could only watch from afar. There was a stone tablet here. God organization had appeared, and they were currently earnestly studying it. There were also people from a few great powers who came forward. Some secrets were recorded on it. This ancient land had dried up, and they had no choice but to migrate their entire race. Serious internal strife had occurred along the way, and then they were attacked by terrifying cosmic creatures. They were almost completely wiped out, and an old saint risked his life to break out of the encirclement, bringing the ancient tree of life back to their homeland. Beside the stone tablet, there were traces of Tao transformation, and only a piece of lustrous white bone remained. The old saint had long passed away in meditation many years ago. So that's how it is. The people of this ancient land of life were killed in the cosmos, and their race was most likely wiped out. That tender sprout on the altar was offered by him. Was he praying to the heavens to protect his race? Many people came to a sudden realization, and then their expressions became uncertain. They were anxious, but they had no way to go forward. There was actually a great sage-level formation here. Several saints attacked it, and all of them were heavily injured. The others died on the spot. This is the great sage's formation. Even experts of the same level might not be able to break through it. Unless one is wearing a divine mecha, they won't be able to enter. The group was first delighted, but then despaired. The records of the Sutra race's divine skin scroll were real, and they had finally found this ancient planet. But in the end, this was the result. Even if they destroyed this ancient planet, this mountain range could still be preserved. They couldn't obtain the divine tree, and this kind of feeling of guarding a treasure mountain without being able to obtain it made them extremely unwilling. God organization was also helpless. They had come with 4 people, but none of them was a great sage. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty. The legendary immortal tree has disappeared for countless years, and now it has reappeared, but we can't obtain it. Everyone felt as if there was a bug gnawing on their hearts. Return to the Eternal Lord planet, and invite experts with profound Tao patterns. I don't believe we can't open this place. In the end, after hundreds of attempts, and leaving behind a ground full of corpses, Some of the great races rushed towards the Eternal Star region. They fought with speed and time, all wanting to be the first to return to the Eternal Lord planet. They wanted to seize the initiative and have their elders invite experts to destroy this place and seize the immortal medicine. Great Sage Yanqi of the Fire Qilin Cave had led the ancient kings to seal the Eternal Lord planet. They had attacked several times, but they couldn't break through the protection of the ancient sovereign path. They had paid a blood price for nothing. There's a star door open there. The ancient sovereign path has sealed this planet, and even they can't enter. Oh, a few more groups of people have appeared. Capture them all. Those who had rushed back from the fifth divine planet were immediately discovered. They were instantly captured by the ancient kings who descended from the sky, all of them pale. Great Sage, we've discovered a shocking piece of news. A saint from the Fire Qilin Cave was trembling as he whispered to Great Sage Yanqi. Lord Nine Phoenix King, something big has happened. In the distant starry sky, there's actually an immortal medicine. On the other side, someone reported to the person in charge of the Blood Phoenix Mountain. At the same time, the Qilin Heavenly King and the other ancient saints also learned of this. All of them were shocked. They personally interrogated the captives and examined their seas of consciousness. It really is an immortal medicine sprout. This is the ancient life tree. Great Sage Yanqi couldn't remain calm. Many cultivators had returned from the fifth divine planet to ask for help, but they were all captured. One of them took advantage of the chaos on the altar to snatch a sprout. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it was enshrouded in immortal qi, illuminating Yanqi and Fire Qilin's faces. I must obtain this immortal tree. Each immortal medicine contains a secret that even the primordial emperor was obsessed with. Yanqi stared at the sprout in his palm and quickly made a decision.